Hey guys, I didn't realize that I'm already live. Anyway, I hope I didn't do anything stupid in the background. Oh, guys. Um, all right, I'm a fool. That's all right. I don't think I did anything inappropriate. Nice to see you, Chris Dixon, Basil, man. Thank you so much. Um, I wanted to share with you something exciting, but I guess I got too caught up in my own excitement. So I was exchanging emails with Bill Sanders from the Watch Art Side channel because I wanted to pick his brains on the question of luxury conglomerates acquiring independent brands, and specifically what it means for LVMH to jumpstart the Daniel Roth brand under the Louis Vuitton umbrella, based from their manufacturer. I think that's an interesting conversation to have, and I really couldn't think of a better interlocutor than Bill Sanders to have that conversation, because I know I have very strong opinions. Um, I know he has very strong opinions. We have a lot of overlap, but he's very articulate and a little more reasonable than I usually am. I can come off as very, you know, single-headed, single-minded. So I thought it would spice things up a little bit. I really love his channel. Uh, I've always done. I've always loved his channel. It's been on my featured channels list for the longest time. So that's really great for me. I will recognize it again, Basil, but I just want to say also thank you. Basil just made a very generous contribution on PayPal earlier. I really appreciate that. That's those are the kinds of things that keep the platform afloat. I'm, I'm again, I'm very happy to be here. No matter what, I'll be here. People have done their best to silence me, to oust me, to attack my channel, to attack my work, to sully my name behind the scenes. So many things. And I stopped complaining at some point and just got my head down and started working. And I will never stop that. But sometimes these things come up uh, on other platforms in other venues, and I'll try to show my support, and it still gets under my skin. So um, I'm sorry for this short rant. I don't like dwelling on the past. I like looking towards the future, and I like producing positive, substantive content. And you guys know positive doesn't always mean upbeat coming from me, but I try my best. I wanted to start actually with two quick previews because Philips has two online auctions coming up based in Geneva and Hong Kong that they did not properly advertise just yet. But they did, in each case, put together a 5-piece general preview just so we have a nice sense of what's coming up. I will talk in detail about what Christie's has in store in an online auction that is starting in a couple of days, and that is posted in all 110 lots already. But I just wanted to take a quick look at these. As you can see, the first piece is an FP Jaune Tourbillon Souverain reference 040-04TN. A wonderful piece with a salmon dial and remontoir d'égalité with jumping seconds, or with dead seconds, as the French says here. There's a Patek Philippe Nautilus 57131, which is, of course, distinguished by its diamond bezel there, bedecked in brilliant cut diamonds. It is a piece in white gold. Since it doesn't specify here, that might be mistaken. I mean, you can, even in these sorts of photographs, you can kind of tell, because in professional shots at least, white gold has a kind of warmth that's a little different from the general shine of stainless steel and from the kind of cold air that the platinum sometimes exudes. But just to specify, this is a white gold version of the Nautilus from the previous generation with a bezel that is set with brilliant cut diamonds. They have a Cosmograph Daytona 116506. This is the one with with the baguette cut diamonds, which I think will go down in history in some way. I know when these first came out in 2013, both this version and, of course, the standard one with the Superluminova indices, they were very divisive. People took particular issue with the maroon bezel, all sorts of things. I understand, right? I do understand, because at that time, even the notion of a precious metal Daytona was somewhat alien, somewhat distant, not necessarily popular. 2013 was long before people started talking about a John Mayer Daytona. 2013 was long before Oyster Flex Rolex watches, precious metal Rolex watches became popular. And 2013 was long before the pandemic, where the bubble for horological acquisition had not yet started being inflated and pumped up by all sorts of external factors, as well as nefarious elements within the secondary market as well. So people had all sorts of issues about it. But if something happens to the Platinum Daytona, if the 50th anniversary edition somehow disappears, and 10 to 15 years is usually a good run for a product, that this year is the 60th anniversary of the Daytona means that this model is already 10 years old, which means really one thing. I mean, I'm talking to you here, Aussie expat, because you are the one actually who is realistically looking at a piece like this, possibly getting it from an authorized dealer. Don't miss it. Don't miss it, because you are going to regret it. The minute this gets discontinued, it goes down in history. The minute something changes with the size of this case, the proportions of Daytona that have remained more or less stable since 1988, don't even get me started. So if any of you has a realistic opportunity of getting the 116506 from an authorized dealer at retail, with the regular Superluminova dial, or better yet with baguettes, do not miss it. Do not, because you will live down to regret it. I don't, as you know, I never push people to buy watches whatsoever on my channel. Trust me, if I'm saying something, I really mean it. So that's that. They will also have a 20th anniversary Audemars Piguet chronograph. This is a 26331 IP, which means titanium with platinum accents. And again, this is a 41 millimeter version of the chronograph, of course, so fairly recent. It's not the 20th anniversary of of the model, but the 20th anniversary of the chronograph, if I'm not mistaken, that was being celebrated in this slate gray dial with blue chronograph registers. The date window, as you can see, has the background to match the dial, the main dial, I should say. But these are some of the most interesting Royal Oaks for me. There are versions of the Jumbo as well that are IP, so titanium with platinum accents, and I think it really brings the best of tone-on-tone kind of execution and accentuates that distinction between elements of the of Royal Oak that are either polished or grain brushed, right? It's really it really takes it to a different level. So again, those are extremely overpriced and inflated. in any context on the secondary market or in an auction context like this, so I don't know what to say. But they're certainly very interesting watches. Of course, titanium is again gaining a lot of currency, a lot of ground. Hey, Tim G, nice to see you, man. Um, pardon me. Titanium is, of course, gaining a lot of ground, especially in sports watches, and more recently in luxury sports watches as well. Remember from last year's Watches and Wonders, the limited edition that A. und Söhne put out for the Odysseus. That was, I think, a 200 piece limited run, or 250, something like that. But that was also a very, very beautiful and very unique watch in the sense that um, it's used titanium to have that effect of contrast that a lot of um, other even high horology makers and luxury makers don't even dare. And you have this chronograph edition of the Aquanaut. I'm kind of blanking out here. I want to double check if someone, if I'm wrong, feel free to correct me. This is the 5968, right? Yeah, 5968 A dash 001. The Aquanaut in stainless steel with the flyback chronograph function. Of course, um, in terms of case size, this piece is larger than the 5167 in steel. It is, however, in similar dimensions to the 5168 Gs, which are, of course, the green and blue Aquanauts in white gold. 42 millimeters with the flyback chronograph laid out in that um, single register. Date at 3. These have perhaps not not, these have perhaps not skyrocketed as much as the Nautilus version of the flyback chronograph, but they are still extremely popular. 5980 has reached almost unobtainable levels, of course, but 5968 too, as well as any of the Patek Philippe Aquanaut and Nautilus sports watches with either the chronograph or the travel time functions have proven extremely popular with the collectors, with the customers of the brand. So I'm sure this will perform really well in the auction as well. And they had a similar 5 or 6 piece preview for the Hong Kong based online auction that is happening even later in the month. And I wanted to take a quick look at that as well. We have a 5270G 001. It's the perpetual calendar chronograph in white gold from around 2015. This is the 41 millimeter case with those arachnoid stepped lugs. So kind of splitting the difference between some of the oversized cases that had already started coming out around those years, but also enlarging quite a bit what a perpetual calendar chronograph was. Perpetual calendar chronographs, of course, came into being in wristwatches as a result of really miniaturization, right? The idea that a brand like Patek Philippe in year 1941 would serially produce a watch like 1518 and put together so many complications in a watch that was 35, I think around 35.5 millimeters, a watch that can be worn on the wrist. That was really the mastery in it. And you know, I don't have many great feelings about oversized watches in this complicated space. I understand why one might do that. Um, there are very distinct reasons for legibility, as we like to say on this channel. Um, but I'm not quite sure that the increased size, especially if it's from 40 to 41, really serves anything in the way of legibility rather than really essentially buckling down to the pressure from the lowest common denominator that still asks for larger watches, by the way. Don't ever think that it's a coincidence that in the recent years Patek has been making bigger and bigger and bigger watches. Um, it's not something that is actually going against the grain. We might, in our small, very rarefied, and very strongly opinionated world of collectors, we might prefer smaller watches. We might think even that smaller watches are coming into vogue. And there are certain micro trends which might speak to that um, tendency. But by and large, you know, this has been I think one of the saddest things to happen, honestly, in the world of watches, at least for me, to see uh, Patek consistently moving away from what made them the brands that they are today, and they have been constantly making bigger and bigger watches going without filling them in with the substance. And I mean that very specifically about the movements, right? Because nowadays, thankfully, they have the exhibition case backs. And when you look at a lot of Patek watches, you see that they do a lot of visual tricks on the dial of the watch, like doubling up the seconds track here, just so they can hide the fact that they put a small movement into a big watch. And you know, most people don't care, and by all means, but I hope they don't think that collectors don't notice these kinds of details. The second watch that they included in their preview for the online auction from Hong Kong that they have coming up starting on March 28th is this monopusher Rattrapante chronograph from FP Jean. It belongs to their Line Sport line, fully executed in titanium. I have never been a fan of the Line Sport pieces by FP Jean. I feel like they're a little, in terms of the design, they're a little too tapered. You know, they have these very large dials that prioritize legibility, and rightly so. And then they very radically taper into these very slender bracelets, as you can see here. I'm not a huge fan of that. But otherwise, you know, if I just focus on the dial, there's a lot to enjoy and appreciate on this watch. Beyond, of course, the functions of the chronograph, as well as, of course, the big date display, which I always love and favor. It's a great piece, but not necessarily for me. And again, they have proven quite popular with the collectors. Speaking of those travel time and flyback chronograph combinations, this is the Patek Philippe 5990. This probably, in a way, is considered top of the line by many of Patek Philippe's customers today, even though I think the Nautilus perpetual calendar, which is of course the 5740, should certainly take precedence over this. But again, this is a Patek Philippe sports watch that combines probably the most popular, two of the most popular complications, two of the most ostensibly useful complications, namely travel and timing, right? Travel, a dual time, and chronograph. So 5990-1A, /1A dash 001 is, of course, the dual time flyback chronograph in stainless steel on a matching bracelet. This model is apparently from about 4 years ago, from 2018. Mm. No, no, not at all. Not at all, Chris. I don't always I don't always get back to the chat in a timely manner, but thank you for sharing your perspective. I like the Navi timer. I would stick with the 41, which is kind of its classical sizing, but it is certainly a particular kind of style. They were all the rage in early 2000s, that's for sure. So next up is Alangonzune Zeitwerk, reference 140-029 in white gold. They have, this is of course the mechanical watch with digital display, jumping hours and minutes. Jumping hours in and of itself is a very, very power hungry complication. So it was quite a feat that they basically doubled the power reserve of this watch with the recent update. nowadays, the Zeitwerk by Alan Gonzone has a 72-hour power reserve. Um, the older version, the older generation to which this particular watch belongs, has 36 hours, which is, you know what? I mean, it's still quite impressive, but it is something that needs to be noted. Again, I'm sure this is still a great watch. This is still something that some might go after, but keep in mind, if you can actually get this watch at retail, you are getting an upgraded version, and it is quite a technical feat because, again, you will find many jumping hour watches, right? Watches with just the jumping hour that have power reserves much less than 3 days. So it's quite an achievement, and it needs to be recognized and it needs to be rewarded in a way. So this is a watch that's much that I would much rather buy new if possible. And trust me, it's not like it will go for cheap in the auction either. There's an Aquanaut Luce, which is, of course, the ladies' version of the Aquanaut. Here it is the previous generation, 5068. So it's the design is a little different. As you can see, the rubber band is a little more both the rubber band and the dial is more of a chocolate bar kind of look, especially in the pink gold and chocolate brown dial, but also in terms of the design. The watch overall has a much less integrated look. Um, I think the ladies version is okay. I really don't like much the 5060 8A, which has become increasingly popular among collectors. And I understand. Um, when you can't get the new one, you learn to like what had come before it. But I think there is something about the 5167 and the current generation of the jumbo Aquanaut that that is just a little a little more a little more representative, a little more integrated, um, just overall a little more thoughtful, a little more its own thing. I think 5167 is the Aquanaut to get. I know it's gone to um, really unreasonable price points at this point, but I think the 5060 generation is, um, a little dated. Um, 5065. Nah, still, I think the best the best version is the 5167. Moritz Grossmann. Of course, Moritz Grossmann is one of the makers that are based in Glashütte in Saxony, in Germany. And it's somewhat overshadowed by, on the one hand, the more accessible brands that are spearheaded by Nomos, and certainly followed by Tutima and Mühle. Um, but it's also overshadowed by Glashütte Original and what would be probably its closest competitor, Alange und Söhne. Perhaps it doesn't have the same kind of backing that Glashütte Original has in the Swatch Group, and Alange und Söhne has in Richemont. But nevertheless, it Moritz Grossmann is an important name in watchmaking, and the current version of the brand also really distinguishes itself in no nonsense design, uh, classical elements of design, but also really masterful techniques of finishing as well. So it's a very cool brand. It's a brand that is already recognized by a certain segment of collectors, but in either case, this is a limited version in stainless steel, 1 out of 25, salmon dial with heat blued hands for a lovely contrast, and that is matched with the numerals as well. And finally, again, a model that was once all the rage, but seems to have suffered quite a bit according to the recent market trends. The prices are coming to reasonable levels once again. I would, of course, urge you to stay patient and hunt for a deal on the secondary market rather than running to an auction or a gray market dealer, worse. But the 5960 in all its versions has been one of the great watches that Patek Philippe produced in the 21st century. And you can say what the 1518 was in 1941, the 5960 was in the 2000s, right? In the sense that it combined the supremely useful and authentically Patek Philippe complications in a case that was quite wearable and that lent itself to everyday wear, especially in this version. Stainless steel on a matching beads of rice bracelet. Um, I think the black dial is a little more rare than the white dial in this particular version. And you have the annual calendar, which is a Patek Philippe complication. You know, it was first introduced by Patek Philippe in 1996. And this was also the model that Patek Philippe used to introduce its self-winding chronograph movement, its first self-winding in-house chronograph movement. So the 5960, when it first came out in 2006, it was the first Patek Philippe in-house automatic chronograph. And especially in steel, these pieces have become very desirable for a little while. So the prices skyrocketed, especially after they were discontinued in 2018, if I'm not mistaken. So this is a very late example of it. All that being said, um, they are coming down still. So keep your eye out for a 5960 on the secondary market. You can certainly find some great deals. I also wanted to take a look at in Eichen. As you know, in Eichen has distinguished itself as an auction house from Zurich with both the ongoing curation of timed auctions, but also with their auctions, with their themed auctions that come up once every so often. And in each case, the difference that in Eichen makes is that they don't charge a buyer's premium. So whatever um, you end up getting as a price here at the end of the auction, that is the price, right? You don't get on top of that a buyer's premium. You might, of course, if you are importing the watch, you might be subjected to customs duties and other fees, depending on your location, depending on where you are in this world. Um, that being said, in Eichen doesn't charge an extra amount of money for the buyer's premium from you. This is Patek Philippe Golden Ellipse, or Ellipse d'Or. Golden actually is not a reference here to the material necessarily, I should say. This is a design that follows that famous ratio, the golden ratio, 1 to 1, 1.618, I think is the exact ratio. But this particular piece does happen to be in yellow gold. I believe it's the immediate generation before the current one, which actually I think is closer to the spirit of this watch, which is very elegant, very discreet, relatively small. It is a dress watch after all, and a very thin one indeed. So the proportions of it are very important. Um, the dial itself is actually a heat blued gold dial, achieving that particular sunburst finish. I'm sorry, I get very distracted by these things. All right, so this is a 3738 with a self-winding movement. Um, quite wearable as a dress watch. I think this heat blued gold dial has a very amazing look. It doesn't look like any other sunburst dial that I've seen. As you can see, there is a kind of uniformity to the design in the sense that um, the buckle as well is shaped like an ellipse. And to preserve that sleek profile, it's also a solid case back watch, so you don't actually get to see the movement in any way. But overall, what you lose in that, you really gain in how the watch sits on the wrist, which is very, very unique. I think the current generation is a little oversized for my liking. Um, the 5738 is the reference number of the current generation, if I'm not mistaken. That's a little too large for my liking, but the 3738, which is this particular generation, I think is beautifully proportioned. And here's an example at lot 109, about 5 days to go. And they do actually have a fixed price for the piece at $16,050. but the current bid is at 69.50, again with 5 days to go. The IWC actually, in addition to the Ingenieur, had a couple of other sports or sporty watches that somehow adopted this integrated bracelet look, namely the Yacht Club and Polo Club. Um, Clearly, they haven't spent much time in coming up with names for these models, but here's an example of it in 18 karat yellow gold on a matching bracelet. It's a 36 millimeter tonneau shaped case. Everything executed in 18 karat yellow gold with a fixed price of $8,550. The current bid stands at $5,900. Hey, St. Peter, nice to see you, man. Feel free to jump on the panel. I think, have I pinned it? I have not. Yeah, I had a strange entry today. Another piece, again, this one is kind of more like the Audemars Piguet Cobra than the Royal Oak or the Nautilus. And in a way, it takes the principle of integration even further, if you ask me, because essentially what you have is a bracelet and a watch movement basically installed into it. Um, I have a soft spot for these kinds of watches. I'm not gonna lie to you. I would love to get one of the Audemars Piguet Cobras that the last Shah of Iran also wore personally. And this watch kind of reminds me of that watch. It's in 18 karat white gold, and it has a dial that is set with brilliant cut diamonds as indices. The fixed price is right over $5,000, 5350, and the current bid stands at 3,550. Speaking of integrated bracelet pieces, the first three actually is examples of the forgotten Vacheron Constantin model, the Fidias. They have the Chronomètre Royal version of it. Again, integrated bracelet in a two-tone execution with the alternating center links in yellow gold, as well as the bezel and the crown, not to mention the dial fixtures. The dial has a guilloche pattern, and the date window at 3 is also framed in matching gilt tone. This is a piece from the 90s with a 35 millimeter case diameter. Of course, with that perfectly round shaped case and the integrated bracelet design, it probably wears a little larger than that. Pardon me. This piece has a fixed price of 6,450. The current bid stands at 2,800. You have a Fidias chronograph in 18 karat yellow gold, as you can see, with a fixed price that is at 16,050. The proportions of the watch are very similar to what we have seen before, except here we have kind of a porcelain white dial with a date at 6 o'clock, uh, chronograph with 3 registers running seconds at 6, a 30-minute totalizer at 3 o'clock, and a 12-minute counter at 9 o'clock. The current bid stands at 10,700. It's really crazy. I mean, I do appreciate the fact that Vacheron Constantin is finally getting some kind of recognition, but these watches, if you thought that the 222 and previous generations of the overseas were undesirable just until 3 or 4 years ago, these were, no one would touch these even with a 10-foot pole. So the fact that something like this goes up for any kind of auction and is actually attracting some interest is puzzling to me, but I'm not going to judge. And ultimately, I'm just glad that people are looking for different kinds of value rather than always going for the usual suspects, and I can only appreciate that. I can't hate on it just because I don't personally like it. With that in mind, this is the Fidias World Time with rotational bezel that has 20 cities from the world marked on it, as well as the GMT. You have two brilliant diamonds, small brilliant diamonds that are placed at 12 and 6 o'clock. In addition to the indices on the chapter ring, you have a 24-hour indicator as well. And this piece also has a fixed price at $16,050, with the bidding currently standing at 9,100 with 5 days to go. Let's take a look finally at the Christie's online auction that just opened up. The bidding actually starts in about 2 days, but they have put all the 110 pieces online, and they start with half a dozen beautiful Daytonas. So let's take a look at them. There is a 116500LN with the black dial that has an estimate of 200,000 Hong Kong dollars to 400,000 Hong Kong dollars. And roughly you divide it by 8, right? So let's keep that in mind, which places the lower end of the estimate around $25,000. These are very beautiful watches from the previous generation. right? The 116519 in white gold with those solid end links on a leather band with a grossular garnet dial, one of those semi-precious stones that's very patterned, very granular, and the dial is itself set with brilliant diamonds, except for Arabic numerals at the quarters, with a coronet at 12 o'clock. And this piece has an estimate of 420,000 to 850,000. And again, 420 would come around 53.5K. That's the lower end of the estimate. Lot 3 is a white gold Daytona with the racing dial in black. As you can see, this piece comes on a matching oyster bracelet. And the racing dial is distinguished by these oversized Arabic numerals that are placed on the dial in this slanted manner that follows the curvature of the rejo. And I think the red accents of the chronograph, both on the seconds track as well as the chronograph registers and hands, is quite striking and really gives an exceptional flourish to this particular piece. I love these. I think around the time when they came out, I don't know if it was when they first came out, but they had an advertisement for these with Roger Federer. So I've always had a soft spot for these specifically. Let me see. I think I posted that on my Instagram, that particular advertisement. So let's see if I can locate it. AJ, thank you so much. $5. Love you too, man. Thank you. Let me see. I might have to go a little further back, but we'll find it. We will find it. There he is. Here he's wearing an OP with the yellow gold. Sorry, with the yellow dial. But let me find that early advertisement that had Roger along with a 116509. I feel like I missed it. I'm so sorry. Hmm. That's very strange. I was sure that I posted it, but I don't know what happened there. This was the AP Cobra that I was talking about, by the way. All right, very strange. Can't find it. I apologize. My bad. My bad. Again, this is a Rolex White Gold Daytona reference 116509 with an estimate of 200,000 to 400,000 Hong Kong dollars. 200,000, as I mentioned, is around $25,000. Lot 4 is an early example of the 6-digit Daytona. Of course, P serial corresponds to year 2000. So, an early example of the Rolex Daytona in stainless steel with the in house movement, the caliber 4130, which replaced the Zenit El Primero based 4030. And as it happens with some early examples, or even sometimes prototypes of certain Rolex dials or parts, this had a defect which made the white versions of the dial turn into this heavy shade of cream, or as they call it here, a mustard dial. Since this is such a rarity, of course, they have placed the estimate at 400,000 to 800,000 Hong Kong dollars, and 400,000, of course, is more than $50,000 at the lower end of that estimate. Speaking of the Zenit El Primero based Rolex Daytonas, this is a 16528 with the champagne dial that is actually diamond set. I really love this particular generation. I think the 5-digit Rolex Daytona is a thing of beauty. In this case, the gold ones, I particularly adore them with the black dial, but that doesn't mean to say the champagne dial is any less beautiful or worthy. Here it is executed in a particularly luxurious manner with those brilliant cut diamonds as indices. The 16528, again, in any iteration, is an absolutely beautiful watch. And this is, of course, one of those pieces that were produced in 19 between 1988 to 2000, uh, powered by the Rolex caliber 4030, which was in turn based on Zenit El Primero caliber 400, the Zenit movement being uh, one of the first, if not the first, self-winding integrated chronograph movements. And St. Peter says, shout out to the JJ plug on Tim Muscle Live. JJ is amazing, man. I love JJ. I love JJ. Thank you, JJ. JJ just wrote the name of my channel during a Tim Muscle Live, the Watchbox Studios broadcast. And Tim usually avoids reading advertisements for other channels, but he was, for one reason or another, he read it, and he basically ended up shouting me out, whether it was willingly or unwittingly. I appreciate it. I appreciate JJ for it, especially. Yeah, I cover a lot of that stuff from old magazines on my Instagram. But if you dig up anything interesting, JJ, feel free to send it my way. I would love to feature it on my Instagram. And lot 6, finally, that completes the Daytonas that they chose to start their auction with. This is a two-tone from that same generation, this time a black dial that is diamond set in the factory. 16523, of course, 3 referring to the two-tone execution of this watch. That, by the way, is a nice shortcut to learn Rolex reference numbers. 0, if the reference number ends in a 0, the piece is in stainless steel. If it ends in 3, it is two-tone, specifically stainless steel with yellow gold accents. If it ends in 5, it's white gold, 18 karat white gold. If it ends in 6, it is platinum. If it ends in 8, it is yellow gold. And if it ends in 9, it is pink gold. No, sorry, I got confused. I'm sorry, guys. I'm a little out of it tonight, so I hope you excuse me, at least for the time being. So let me take it from the top. 3 is two-tone, 0 is stainless steel, 5 is pink gold, 6 is platinum, 8 is yellow gold, and 9 is white gold when it comes to the last digits of the reference number. I do apologize. Hopefully, I didn't mislead anyone. JJ says, I've got a real nice one that I sent my friend Blue Shirt Buddha. Rest in peace, Blue Shirt. I'll send you a picture. Thank you, JJ. Thank you. So these were the 6 Daytonas that began the presentation. And I'm sorry again, after having presented on 2 white gold Daytonas that end with a 9, I still made that faux pas, but obviously when the reference number ends with a 9, as it did for these two, lot 2 was a 116519, which is a white gold Daytona on the leather band from this generation, matching deployant clasp. And then lot 3 was a 116509, which is a white gold on a matching white gold oyster bracelet. If there's anything that you would like me to highlight, feel free to send it in with a super chat. Hey, Meech, how are you doing, man?
What's going on, Lord?
I see you were watching some Kevin Samuels, huh?
Yeah.
Do you like him? Do you like the late Kevin Samuels?
I guess I can't really make a decisive decision at this point.
Oh, you haven't seen enough of him?
No,
No?
no.
Oh, you just started watching. Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, he's very controversial, right? I can't countenance or co-sign everything he says, but what I used to really like about him is that he doesn't hold anything back. He doesn't coddle his audience in any way. So when people call him to seek advice, man or woman, he's very harsh. People usually clip the parts where he is harsh to women, either because they take pleasure in it, or sometimes because women want to criticize him for being particularly nasty to women, to say that he is misogynistic. But that's his delivery. That's how he speaks to anyone and everyone who calls in. So, well, he
right.
used to, anyways.
He's
Um,
like he kind of reminds me of, and this is like totally opposite end of the table. But are you familiar with the I forget what he goes by, but he dresses as a gecko. Like he literally puts on like a gecko costume and paints his face green, and he answers like the most bizarre questions.
I have no clue.
I think he goes by the name Therapy Gecko. Anyways,
I know.
there was this time when a guest called in and called him out and said, he said, your face is in the mouth. He said, why is your face green? Shouldn't it be red for like a tongue? And then Therapy Gecko just sits there and he just says, that's a good question. Have a nice day. He just hangs up on him. So
um, but yes, I do appreciate the things that you send me once every so often on the gram, on the Instagram. That's
yeah,
that's kind.
honestly, yeah, my TikTok suggestion is kind of all over the place. So it's mostly watch based, but then I get every now and then I get weird, just weird people that jump into the group. Like I'm following Oscar the cat. So basically he's got his own TikTok account, and basically he's
Right.
they kind of portray him as this grouchy old cat who's running a pet shelter. I don't know.
Well, again, I have never installed TikTok on my phone.
I
Um,
wouldn't.
so I don't know how it works. I don't know but what I've heard from people who use it is its algorithm is actually the best. They keep telling me that, like, it really assimilates, what you choose, what you like, what you don't. And if you're insistent, if you stick to it, it trains pretty well and pretty fast and starts feeding you the same thing over and over. I mean, which is of course not a very good way of consuming anything, but
Right, and I think half my problem here, if you will, um, is I follow Vukrum and Jules and Buckley, and they all kind of intertwine with everyone. So like, it's a lot of repeat content just
mm,
between the five of them. So um, I don't know. Yeah, I was gonna ask about that on Jake Brooks if he was if his finger slipped, conveniently, mind you. Or if you got to troll Jake Brooks.
I can't. I can't. It's okay. It's okay. Thank you, JP. JJ, you know I love you. I don't know what happened there. Jake Brooks is great. He wouldn't do anything like that in it intentionally. So,
I don't know, mighty suspicious. It took him like a minute to admit it, so I don't know.
well, it's because of the embarrassment, probably. Thank you, Jake Brooks, as well for the. I have look. I have done it myself in the past. Especially, I keep doing it when I used to be moderator somewhere else, and I tried to highlight the comment and ended up, blocking the person. It does happen. It does happen.
I guess I've never the times that I moderated, there's been I've never had a moment where my finger slips. I guess so.
Yeah, and he did the maximum too, full 5 minutes. Yeah, hopefully JJ comes back. Uh, I love him. I will write to him if something else happens, but we'll clean it up. Don't worry, don't worry, JB. um, yeah, they have a lot of Rolexes here. Speaking of which, did you see the leaks that look kind of compelling?
I'll be honest, I haven't actually. I was at the dentist today, so I feel like shit, to be frank with you.
Oh,
Um,
sorry, man.
well, I mean, yeah, it was a two-part combination. So like in a way I should feel like grateful because I had this wisdom teeth in the way back corner pocket that was kind of going to shit regardless. So, um, I don't know why, but I was laughing hysterically because they took it out the old-fashioned way. They got the Nipix pliers out, and this guy put his fucking foot on my chest, and he just went to yanking on the fucker. And then I just don't know why I started laughing because it was so barbaric. I was thinking, in today's modern medicine of and technology, here he is, just yanking the fucker out. So, but I guess it saved me like $200, which I don't know. We'll see if that $200 was worth it to come tomorrow morning.
Well, I remember that was probably, I've gotten many root canals and similar things, but getting my wisdom teeth removed, that was the worst. And they, they basically, I mean, it wasn't a horse needle, but it was like, huge needles of um,
Oh, huh. Yep, yep.
anesthetic, that they
Mm-hmm.
just, pumped right in. Still, like the physical pain of it and the way they dug into the way they dig into your mouth is so intense that it's hard for it not to hurt in some way, because it like almost dislocates your jaw. I mean, it was one of the most painful and unpleasant. um well, I mean, I don't remember my bris, so thankfully I was too young then. That must have hurt, but
I
this one
I
this
don't know.
one I remember.
I got lucky, or technically lucky. So I only have to have three of my four removed because my fourth one's way up top, and it doesn't look like it's going to be coming down anytime soon. So, um, but yeah, no, nonetheless, it still hurt like an SOB. Although I had a very interesting conversation with him as the doc was finishing up here. Um, he said because I've been doing a lot of work with him. I put a lot of dental work off. Kids, don't do it. It's not a good idea because you
Did
rack up quite
you
a bill.
did you end up getting him a Rolex, basically?
He asked me. He's like, look. He said, you've been in my chair long enough, and I can't help but notice you have a new watch on just about every time I see you. He said, are you a collector of sorts? And I said, yeah, kind of. You can say that. And he said, so is that the one that you're wearing right now? Is that what they refer to as a date just? Uh, I said no, it's the day date, which is a common, it's a common mistake,
Hmm.
um, an honest one, if anything. And then he said, if you don't mind me asking, would you ever be looking to sell it? I said, I don't know. I said, and I gave it to him, and I said, what do you think? He said, well, what are one of these worth? I said, well, that's subjective, but I said for this particular model, anywhere from 25,000 to 28,000 is about the average.
Okay.
And he's like, huh? He's like, well, I can't really swing it right now, but he said maybe down the road. So, but who knows? I kind of joked with him. He said, if I give this to you, do I get a free year of dental work with you, which would be kind of nice.
Man, in the US, it's expensive, huh? Uh,
Oh
I,
yeah,
I, I get my dental work done when I go to the old country, so I can't afford it here. It's not.
yeah, it was six
I'm
hundred
poor,
bucks
as
to
you
do a filling and then to have my tooth kind of ripped out in a barbaric style. So, yeah, it's not cheap, especially with insurance. Like dental work, as far as I know, dental work is the only thing that even if you have insurance, it's still expensive as hell. Like you can
know.
have medical insurance, eye care insurance, but that dental insurance I hear does fuck all. Like it's still expensive.
Yeah, so these are the two releases supposedly. Um, there are elements of it that make it look believable. There are other elements that just look off, like how, for example, in this yellow gold watch, you have the surrounds in white gold, which just doesn't make sense. Um, but it seems like it's actually in a catalog of some sort. It might be some sort of false flag operation by Rolex. They are, they are the masters of psyop, as you know. So never know. Um, but I don't know. Somehow, I'm both underwhelmed and a little cheesed off at once, especially with the green on green Submariner. It's, it just seems too much. Because the John Mayer Daytona, it has its fans, it has its detractors, but that kind of works because you have a bezel that's in matching material, so you don't have that green overload. Whereas here, there's a little bit too much green on green.
I personally don't like either of these. I'm not saying they're garbage, but I just personally don't like them. I'd have to see them physically in person. Maybe they're
Of
rendered
course.
on paper, just make them look awful. But I think this Daytona looks fucking extraordinarily awful. I think if they had done this in black dial, maybe it would have looked better, or maybe just a plain white dial. But
Mm.
meteorite dial, there's too much going on here. They're trying to hit all four boxes, and it seems
I
like too
mean,
much.
also, I feel like, again, this would be typical Rolex anyways, but this is nothing new. They had these in other metals. Like they have something like this in white gold. They have something like this in pink gold. So the only
For sure.
difference would be to have it in yellow gold, basically.
Yeah, Rolex has been, last 3 years, Rolex has been historically lazy. And in Rolex's defense, why should they put in any effort? I mean, they really don't have to. That's got to be the easiest fucking job on the planet, just to sit on your ass for one week out of the whole year and do tweak minor changes and then go back on fucking sabbatical for the rest of the year. I mean, seriously.
Hmm. Yeah, so it's again, there are a few elements of the leak that are a little fishy, and other elements that make it a little more believable than the usual, but they don't look particularly attractive or particularly new in the case of the Daytona, but it is what it is.
I think in conclusion, who gives a shit, honestly? Nobody gives a shit about the solid gold line anyways. Um, Everyone wants to know what the steel's gonna do. And that's where the real moneymaker is.
Oh, sure. That's also where the unobtainable is, that's the
Exactly.
that has been the trend, of course, in more recent years, that what was once the entry level, what was once what was once the entry level at hyper luxury like Patek Philippe, like Audemars Piguet, has become the most desirable, and that's even the case with a lot of the high horological brands, like an Independence, like FP Jean and the story of Chronomètre Bleu. But even with Rolex, right? And the professor was actually speaking to this new reality, where people are led towards two tone, towards even precious metal when they can find it, because the steel has become unobtainable in so
Well,
many ways for
well,
Rolex.
the steel is in a roundabout way. Steel is better than gold. It's better than white gold, rose gold, whatever. It's better. It's simply better. It in a funny way, you are rich if you can wear it in steel. Only poor people wear it in gold because that's the only thing that they could actually get their hands on.
Does that go for your day date as well?
Oh, absolutely. But to be fair, they don't make one in steel because, Lord, can you imagine if they made one of these fuckers in steel? Holy shit, it'd be impossible to get your hands on.
Oh, it actually is, because once every so often in auctions, stainless steel like prototype or a similar watch of the sort pops up of the day dates. Like it's either a prototype or something they sent to watchmaking schools in Switzerland, um, just so young up and coming watchmakers can hone their skills on it and learn to repair it. Um, and once every so often, those go on auction, and obviously they are more expensive than any other day date imaginable, since they are so extremely rare. So that's usually the case.
Yeah, but in it, yeah, it's crazy to think about, and it's even harder to. I remember I tried to explain this to somebody else. This is kind of a just a long story short here. I was trying to explain to them why steel is more valuable than gold, and they just couldn't understand the concept. Which I don't blame them, honestly. Like that is such a backwards statement to make, but it's the reality of the situation.
Well, here's the thing. First and foremost, of course, um, what if you take the long way around? I think they could actually get that. Why are these, semi-precious stones and precious metals valuable in the first place? Because they're supposed to be rare, right? They're harder to get. That's why they are more valuable. When it comes to horology, within the longer span of things, stainless steel, since it was the harder to work with metal, it had a later start. It became, of course, more popular, and its value today is a mix of one, unavailability of extremely desirable models, two, the everyday wearability of whatever you can get your hands on. A stainless steel watch is more valuable than a precious metal watch because you can actually wear the damn thing with relative abandon on a daily basis. Whereas, like it or not, you have to take better care of a watch in precious metal. It's just the way it is. So that's the quick explanation. Okay, well, I mean, it wasn't meant to reduce you to silence, Big Mitch. I know it was a great argument, but you could respond to it in some way.
Oh no, I'm trying to have two conversations here at once. Look, ultimately though, I think the bigger thing is steel outvalues gold. Okay, you buy a steel Daytoner, that thing's going to outsell and outperform a yellow gold Daytona
Jesus,
tenfold.
you didn't listen to a single word I said, didn't you?
Maybe, maybe not.
Fuck you, Mitch.
Like I, like I'm not going to put this girl on blast here, but she's complaining about how she has to pay back her PPE loan. Like I don't get this. Like, what did you think? You took out a loan from a bank and you had to pay it back. Like, whatever.
It's an interesting concept, right, Mitch? Like, you get a loan and you have to pay it back. My God.
Well, because she asked me, he's like, well, how come you never had to pay yours back? I said, because I used it for what it was intended for. I didn't blow it on a fucking purse. My God. Whatever.
Nice. But no, you're right. In the longer term, when you look at the bigger picture, it's true, especially when it comes to sports watches, especially when it comes to Rolex professional models. This last stretch of 3 to 5 years is the exception. Otherwise, stainless steel almost always outperforms two-tone, and again, very frequently outperforms the gold too, except in those cases where the gold is extremely rare. Like, when you have something like the Paul Newman Daytona John Player special, only 300 examples in 18 karat gold, and maybe another 1,000 in 14 carats, but that's it. When you have those kinds of limited numbers, then precious metal, of course, takes on a certain kind of importance, it being already a variant of a very desirable and relatively rare watch.
Right. And it has to be done tastefully too. Like you cannot have, well, hypothetically, what's a great example here? Something from the Frank Mueller collection, you know? Sure, it might be rare, sure, it might be dipped in gold, but I'm sure it's plastered in fucking garbage diamonds and bedazzled and has spinners on the side. Like, no, I mean, like I said, it has to be done properly.
Like something like this, for example. This is
Correct.
60, 62, 64 Paul Newman Daytona in 18 karat yellow gold on a matching riveted oyster bracelet, black exotic dial, Paul Newman, that gilt Daytona writing. Of course, this was inspired, well, the nickname was inspired since the watch actually comes before the livery, by these Team Lotus cars that were bedecked in the black and gold of John Player and Sons cigarettes. So that became somehow the nickname for this watch, which is actually from 1968, if I'm not mistaken. And those colors didn't start appearing on Lotus cars until 72. And that's the new De Bethune DB27 Titan Hawk JPS. And the reference is once again to John Player Special. Of course, De Bethune has even less of a substantive connection to John Player Special. But I think if Colin Chapman's signature Team Lotus designs led them to countless Formula One triumphs for the better part of the 60s and early 70s, it's Denis Flageolet's technical genius and horological vision that separates De Bethune from the pack today. And it's no coincidence that Flageolet is guided by the same spirit of material experimentation that results in lightweight constructions as was Chapman. So this is a black zirconium case polished. The flags are grain brushed, and those are actually titanium inserts that are yellowed by a special oxidation process. And the same goes for the hands as well. This piece was made in a limited run of 25, and apparently Michael Jordan got one for himself, case number 23, as it happens. 60,000, Mitch. What do you say? Would you get one of these instead
For
of a
60
golf Daytona?
grand?
Instead of a golf Daytona?
No, I wouldn't touch this for 60 grand. I mean, what'd you say the case material is made out of again?
Say it again.
What did you say the case material was made out of again?
Zirconium.
No, I'm not paying. No, to me, this looks like it's made out of. Look, I'm not saying it looks cheap, but I'm not seeing 60 grand here. I'm seeing maybe 15 at most.
They will take your 15 as a deposit, perhaps, for a future release. But good luck getting a Debitune for 15,000.
I don't know. I probably wouldn't. For 60 grand, I'd probably push in a Paddock. More reputable, more reputable brand.
Fair point. Fair point. Yes, St. Peter says stainless steel Lange vastly outperforms its precious metal counterparts. Well, in that case, you are talking about rarest of rare, St. Peter. A lot of times they're even one of a kind. So it's kind of a unicorn. But important point, good point. But it's also an exception.
Lord, let's check out your Instagram messages between you and me.
No, I know better than opening Instagram messages from you in a live. Let me see though on the side what you actually sent.
I didn't send you anything. I'm just saying in general.
Really? Is that what you want?
Yeah. I mean, I can send you something. You know, I've always got something on deck.
I'm sure. One thing that I truly enjoy about our exchanges, and I told you this before, that especially before I said something about it, anytime I would share something with you, you wouldn't even respond. Just quickly, send me something in return. It was like a one-to-one exchange. There's no communication in between, like not even a comment of any sort. And I was really weirded out by that in the beginning, but I guess you have explained yourself pretty well.
Yeah, old habits kind of die hard. I used to be part of Discord groups that had that, if you will, had that kind of vibe to it. Yeah. Those Discord groups are fun, by the way, but they're just too troublesome, and I mean that. And yeah, too troublesome.
I can imagine. You probably don't want to be part of it.
It's always that one person. There's always one person who's got to ruin the fun for everybody. It's one person who's got to shut down the whole Discord server, and everyone has to scatter, and then everyone has to, and the guy has to start all over again. So, anyways, beside the point.
What do you think of these kinds of pieces?
I personally don't like them. I mean, I well, first off, those lugs look very long, by the way. So I'm guessing what this is roughly what. I'm just gonna take a shot in the dark. 39 mils.
This is a 36, but probably wears more like a 39, like you mentioned,
Yeah, the
because
lugs,
of
the
the lug.
lugs.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it looked like it said 38 mils. Um, so yeah, the lugs on it are definitely a kill. I've never been a fan of what is that? A date complication there on the left hand side upper.
No,
Um,
this is a power reserve, moon phase,
oh
and then a pointer date at 6 o'clock.
yeah, they could fuck off with the power reserve. That just looks awful. I mean, it doesn't matter who it's on JLC. Um, I know doesn't Lineage kind of do the same thing? It's unnecessary in my opinion. Um, yeah, get rid of it. Other than that, if you put that moon phase at 12 o'clock, all right, then yeah, I think it looks great.
What do you think about the engraved movement?
Yeah, definitely a sight to be seen there. Personally, I mean, yeah, look, I mean, it's a nice little thing that you alone probably only know about unless you're taking it all off constantly and showing people. But see, like I said, I'm always a design guy, not a complication guy. So I mean, you can have the best complication in there, but if the design overall looks like shit, I think the watch is shit in general.
Okay. This is this reminds me of the Mike the Snake reviews that we were encouraging. Real expert opinion.
Lord, this is my absolute grail here. This is my grail of the week. I'd give anything just to be able to own this watch. I'd set my Pantera on fire just to get a hold of this watch. It's absolute grail of mine.
Yeah, this is really not your style. I did want to get your reaction because of that. Um,
Get rid of the power reserve. Get rid of the power reserve, and I think it actually looks nice.
how about this then?
So yeah, see this looks nice. Keep it simple. Less is more.
Okay, because you did say get the moon phase to 12 o'clock, so I wanted to see if you are gonna change the goalposts. Move the goalposts this
No, it
time.
actually looks aesthetically pleasing. It's right between the lugs. It's at 12 o'clock, parenthetically, and it's not competing for space. It's not like in the right hand corner or the pocket corner. No,
Mhm.
it looks nice.
And it's a day date, basically date.
I mean, in theory, they could have moved those up to what would this be like? Be 2, and they could move it up to 2 and 10 if I'm picturing that correctly. Because that looks like
Mo-
it's right at 3 and 9.
oh, you mean if it were the whole dial?
Correct. If
Um,
we were talking about a large face here.
because here it is exactly at 10 and 2, but
Right, right,
according
right.
to
I
this,
understand that. I'm just thinking about this. If this was like a big, like an actual dial itself.
I see. But I love this, design advice from Meech. This should be a new segment. They should just move them here and here. You meant like up and closer to the periphery of the dial. Is that what you meant? Okay,
Yeah,
you're
I
gone.
definitely agree. I'd agree.
Hmm. Well, I think in that case there will be too much empty space, but I see why you're asking for something like that. I think
I mean, it looks fine
ultimately,
either way. I just think it looks, I don't know, it might look more aesthetically pleasing, but it looks fine either way. Looks a lot better than the last one.
okay. I think ultimately you are not completely on board with this kind of sub dial look or off center dial look rather than something that takes over the entire. dial, and then you can maybe put the
I don't know. It depends.
windows.
Like I said, I wouldn't shy away from this one if this, if I was looking for something like that, I wouldn't shy away from it.
Yeah, I just like the way that they do the guilloche on the dials, different patterns. There's a Type 20, much older, probably, because it looks like it's in tritium and aged. Kind of a nice pumpkin color there, so kind of like it. This is what? Lot 35, and what is it? 20,000 in Hong Kong dollars. It starts at 2,500. Not too bad. I mean, I got mine for 4,000. So if this comes with box as well, yeah, it's very cool. Could be an interesting grab. This is lot 35. Between this and the Speedmaster, you still prefer the Omega Speedmaster, even after the most recent debacle?
Ah, get the fuck out of here with that shit. That's a disappointment in itself and a different conversation for a different day. But, yeah, I'd still take the Speedmaster because I know the Breguet, based off my very little limited knowledge on it, the Breguet is definitely you have it has to be the right person to offload it on. The Speedy's an easy mover, for the most part. A Breguet just doesn't seem to kind of move very well. Easy to buy, but hard to offload.
So I was going to ask you, with all the money you spent on the extra NATO straps on your Speedmaster, couldn't you have bought a proper watch?
Ooh. Actually,
Maybe,
I get
maybe
mine at
even
discounts.
maybe even a whole set of moose watches.
Probably. What I mean, what? So I got charged for my first. Well, my first strap was free. My second one was $100, and then this one was $150. So yeah, I probably could have bought a moon swatch, but and these things are fucking. They're abominations. Like I was talking to another buddy of mine. He's a huge Speedy fan. He doesn't give a shit about anything else in the Omega collection. He's just he gets a hard on for Speedies. And I asked him what he thought about this, and he said, "Man," um, he said I like it, but he said, he said it kind of really defeats the purpose of the Speedy. It doesn't make it special anymore." Um, and I agree with him. I think most people agree. The Speedy lost its. The Speedy is not a unique watch anymore. It's not. And in a nutshell, it is not. What's special about it? It's not limited. The moon landing was fucking peons ago. We're not going to space anytime soon under Joe
IOS.
Biden's administration. Um, it's what's special about the Moonwatch, other than it has multiple variations that have pretty much just killed the entire watch's spirit in general.
About this particular release, you remember I was making fun of it before it came out, and I actually made a shorts video, like a 59-second thing about it. And my guess was that they were going to use coating, and I said they will PVD coat the bioceramic just like they do the stainless steel in the Tissot PRX, and present it as if it were material experimentation. And what they actually presented earlier today was even more underwhelming. They literally just gold coated a seconds hand and presented it as a new release. It was an absolute non-event. And there's this designer who fools around um with iconic watch designs and adds a different second hand to them, sometimes as a real mod project, sometimes just as a graphic design, to just fool around, right? He's a graphic designer, so it's his job. That's what he does. So he released something today saying, regarding today's event, here's my official statement: replacing only the seconds hand on a watch, then calling it a new product is a disrespectful and lazy scam. I know because I invented it. Swatch, you rock, and I love you. Your watches too.
Yeah, no, I seen, in a nutshell, I kind of skimmed the real John P's video about this, and he was surprised why everyone was pissed about this watch.
Who
I,
who
the real John P.
who is that?
He's over at Delray Watch. He's Federico's business partner.
Ah, okay, sure.
Anyways, um, and I think he's on the right path, but at the same time, is kind of not. So his conclusion why everyone hates this watch is because the watch community is expecting too much. They're expecting too many changes all at once, and I can see his point. But the reality is, a lot of watch companies are starting to do what Rolex does, and that's be fucking lazy with the releases. Either they don't release any of the watches that they're going to release, that they're saying they're going to release, or B, they make such minute changes that it's fucking pointless to even fucking do the release. Like, you should, for something like this, for this watch, they should have not even fucking hyped it up. One, two, they should have just released it. They should have just released it overnight, because the change is so minute. How many people would have fucking figured it out? If Omega really didn't fucking hype this up, how many people would have figured it out? It probably wouldn't be as big of a deal as it is now. And people are going to forget about this watch. Nobody is going to give a shit that they swapped the hands. Nobody.
I mean, not even that. I think overall, that's the larger argument I was making here. Listen, I mean, the thing that really irked me off from the very beginning is this sustainability argument they attached to the material, bioceramic, which is, as you know, is basically 2 parts plastic and 1 part ceramic. So it's not even that revolutionary to begin with. It's just a fancier name for plastic. But that being said, what is more sustainable? Making a proper mechanical watch that can be used for years and years, even decades, and be passed on from generation to generation, or a plastic watch that people go out in hordes and hoard in half a dozen or more, and then in a few years they will chuck it away. They will start rotting in drawers, and no one will care about them. Is that really sustainable? The first time the batteries start running out, no one will care about these watches. People will just store them away. It's just I don't know. This thing just bothers me every time they do something
It's
with it.
such a waste of time and money. And no, I won't say nobody wants to call it. Everyone knows it. Everyone's thinking it. But God forbid somebody should fucking say it out loud, because then suddenly, oh, you're a watch snob, you're gatekeeping, you're this. Fine, so be it. But you need to hear this shit, all right? You need to hear this shit. If you buy this garbage, don't fucking be in the watch hobby. Get the fuck out. We don't want you, all right? Get the fuck out. Go collect Funko Pops. This is pure fucking garbage. right here. And then fucking, of course, Omega fans are I always like to fucking bust chops to the Omega fans because Omega's looking at this and they say, if you are going to spend $3,000 on this watch, in which all we did was just swap the tachometer hand, yeah, we're gonna charge like 8 to 10, 10 more for our fucking real Speedmaster because you're willing to pay that same fucking premium on a fake Speedmaster. This is such an abomination. It's fucking disgrace.
Yeah. Um, yeah, it's just, I mean, it is a marketing ploy. They know it's a marketing ploy. They're playing around with it. They are getting obnoxious with it. Um, I didn't like it at first. I'm not gonna start liking it now. It's to me, it has been a disappointment, and there's no guarantee that it's not going to actually sully the perception of the brand in the long run. But more importantly, I just think it's actually very wasteful. Just
Just
in
buy the
general.
real Speedmaster, guys. Just don't be a cheap broke punter. Save up. Ask the mother-in-law. Rob a bank. Do what you got to do, and buy the real thing. Don't buy this cheap garbage.
We don't encourage people to become criminals here, of course, but yes, you can kindly ask your mother-in-law as Meech suggested, borrow a little
Hey,
bit of
how
money.
you say take a loan from me, mother-in-law?
Get into a little bit of consumer debt, as Archie used to say.
Oh my! Can you imagine putting this on a fucking credit card? I'm talking about the slots, not the real Speedmaster. Oh shit!
I mean, it's good. You know, it's a nice watch. The Speedy is a cool watch.
Yeah, it's the only chronograph I'll technically really have, honestly. It's affordable to buy. Well, maybe not my particular version, because mine's the real Speedmaster, not the entry level one. But I would say this: do not pay fucking retail for this watch. There's plenty of dealers out there. All you gotta do is pick up the phone and call around, and you will find a dealer who's willing to offer you 10 to 15% off. Do not pay the full retail amount. It is not worth it. You will lose your ass on this watch.
Yeah, I'm glad you bonded with this watch. I really felt like, the first couple of months there, it was a little touch and go, I didn't I didn't think you were actually going to keep it. I thought you were gonna try to flip it. I thought you were gonna try to sell it, offload it somehow, and move on to something else. I'm glad you kept it.
I kind of don't have a choice, to be honest with you, Lord.
What does that mean?
Um, well, I mean, Speedy prices are fucking in the shitter right now. I mean, I allegedly, no, I don't know. I haven't really looked into this, but allegedly for the entry level Speedmaster, I think people are getting about 3.5 for them. You know, 3.5, 4, and I think they're selling for 5.
Hmm.
And I hear the Sapphires are kind of in the same boat. They're at 4.5, 4. So you're kind of losing your ass on them. But I don't know. And not to mention everyone else at the time. For a time, the Speedmasters were going for dirt cheap because everyone was trying to offload them all at once. So, I mean, I think I sent you that thing, right? Where like I seen a guy get rid of his Speedmaster. He got out of his Speedmaster for a Tudor and a Tag Heuer. Um, which, okay, fair enough. But
That's rough. That's rough.
I will say this though. I know I also like the other side of the coin is I know if I would sell it, I'd want it back again, and I don't want to get into that loop like another member of our community who's flipped his Speedmaster 3 to 4 times now, talking maybe about a fifth time.
I
So
I know. I know who you're talking about.
I, we talk about it just on a daily basis, just
Rolex,
back and
please.
forth. Oh man. I told him, I said, just get rid of it. I said, you're not a real, I always like to bust his chops a little bit. Of course, I'm joking or being a dick, but I always like to say, like, oh, you're not a real watch collector,
Oh, wait,
uh, you know.
wait a second. Wait a second. Is there? We have visuals. Do we have
Yes,
proof of
it's
Saint
visuals.
Peter?
It's visuals. It's an obscured image.
Okay, that's
Is it coming through? I put a piece of green tape over my camera.
yes, yes. The green tape is coming through for sure.
No, you know what it is like I normally log in on yeah, there you go. I normally log in on my PC, which is like the machine that I use for work, and
Mhm.
I intentionally have no camera on that because it's like it's already just like in this whole like Zoom era. I'm like,
Mhm.
yeah, you know what? Like, you don't need to see me. Like, I'm here. You could hear my voice and everything. But
You don't need to
yeah,
see me in the nude.
yeah, exactly. You don't need to see me in the nude. So
I
and I got the headset too. It's like the headphones with the microphone. Now I'm on my fucking phone with just my
yeah,
earbuds. You know.
I can hear the microphone brushing against your
Yeah,
Oh
ear.
he's got
fuck.
that
Man.
curly
Oh
audio.
fuck, dude. Sorry, man. Wait, is that better? I'm like
It
holding it
is better.
away now.
It is better. Thank you.
Yeah, no one ever points that out, but I apologize for
Well,
the.
as a beard grower myself, I know the I know the feeling and the sound that it produces.
This is right. This is a little amateur hour for my technical difficulties here, but I had to
Oh,
I had to just hop on just to specifically talk shit about Omega because it's.
amazing! Please
I
go ahead.
mean, this is just so disappointing to me. I mean, I'm just so massively disappointed in this. Like when the first image that I saw, which was like, yeah, it's just the gold second hand. I was like, this has to be a fucking joke. Like this can't be. Like there's no way this can be what it is that they're doing. And it's exactly like like you said. It's even more underwhelming than what we thought it would be. And I understand it's like this complicated thing where it's like this mega, conglomerate like owns this heritage watch
Mm.
brand that at the same time is doing all this really fascinating, like they're producing like all these really interesting videos, or sorry, excuse me, not videos, pieces, and complications, like this crazy like chime pieces that they release, and like they're obviously doing like really really high end
Look, I mean,
watchmaking.
the new Spirit system that essentially allows for the regulation of silicon hairsprings. That's an important technical innovation. So, I never want to trash Swatch Group as a whole and for everything they do, but sometimes they do just stupid shit. So, um, but since you appeared, Saint Peter, I can quote Karl Marx. He has this kind of historical novel that's also, of course, an analysis of political economy called the 18th Brumaire of Napoleon Bonaparte. And he talks about cyclical motion of history. And he says history repeats itself first as tragedy and second as farce. So this is really that moment. You know,
Absolutely,
a lot
100%.
of us were devastated when they first released the Moon Swatch, and some loved it, but people who were disappointed in it really thought it was tragedy, like they're ruining the brand. We were, basically helpless, that they're cheapening it, this and that. That was a tragedy. Now, the second time they did the same thing, now they became a laughing stock. It's just, it's farcical. It's like a parody. It's not even funny.
It really, really grosses me out. I mean, for a while, like, I mean, like, listen, like, I've got a couple, like, as far as like, you know, not even the super high end Swiss, but like, like luxury Swiss pieces go, like more or less entry level for like a couple different brands. Like I have a couple pieces, before I decided to pull the trigger and like actually go for a Rolex. I was thinking, oh, Omega pre-owned, it's a good value. Like, and I was just like, I don't even know what the fuck kind of Speedmaster to get into. There were just so many out there. I mean, there was a period of time that I was looking at like this crazy, uh, like this like roulette dial thing, like this weird, like crazy checkered dial Speedmaster, just because it was so wild looking, and I was just completely
Oh, the
overwhelmed.
Tintin?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't a tin.
No, what happened there, man? Did you disconnect yourself?
No, I think he just muted himself by accident.
Okay. Can you speak again, St. Peter? Hello?
I don't know. I think his audio jack might be a little bit. I might have popped out a little bit or something.
Maybe. Okay.
And for the record, I love the Tintin. I don't care what St. Peter says. I'm a huge fan of the Tintin.
The Omega?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like the racing dial kind of thing, right? The like white and red on the
Yeah, yep.
periphery.
So I think there is two of them. I know they did make one in a reduced size, I believe, and that one I think gets a lot of shit, rightfully so, because it's a reduced. But the full size Tintin is highly collectible to certain people, anyways, and they go for a small premium.
Mm. Yeah, I don't know if it was that, because there is also the the racing versions, which are just basically the enlarged versions, like 44 millimeter. So it can be any one of those, and not necessarily the Tintin or anything like that. Let's see.
You can tell it's getting late at night. I totally misread Chris Dixon's last comment.
What was that?
Oh, he says he wants a Snoopy. Or it is something else.
You're mad. You're moving mad.
Delusional, sure, yes.
But yeah, before that, Chris was saying he wants maybe the PRX chronograph, and I don't know. Honestly, I think one of the things that makes the Tissot PRX reasonable is the price point, and with the chronograph version, you're jumping up to basically 2,000. At 40 millimeters, for people like me at least, who have small wrists, the watch is already, barely wearable. So at 42, it becomes larger, and I think it's like 14 and change in thickness as well, which doesn't help with the way it sits on the wrist.
Biggest complaint I've heard about these PRXs is their size. They're just giant slabs. I remember I can't remember who I was following on TikTok, but they threw one on and they had, little over 6.5 inch wrist, I'd guess. And he tried on the 40 and he said it was way too big for him. And it looked way too big for him too. I think they're great watches. You know, I like to bust balls on people who say they're buying these because they want to fake people out wearing fake APs. But no, you said it yourself. Um, the price is great, but the size is kind of a ball buster. Even at 36 mil, I think they don't have many options for the 36 mil. Correct? It's all quartz.
Uh, I think so. I don't think they have um Powermatic 80. Sorry, the quartz they have in 35 and 40, but I think Powermatic 80 by definition is a 40.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. You know, nobody wants quartz. I mean, quartz is you know quartz is what you wear when you go into the food shelf. Honestly,
Again, there's two. I mean, there are two things about the PRX that makes it so. I they do have a 35, but that's the two tone in this particular configuration.
yeah, it's
Everything else is quartz.
girl sized.
Look, I have to say this. There are two things about the Tissot PRX that make it so desirable or so reasonable: the price point and the Powermatic 80 movement. Really. So if again, forget about the girl size and whatever decorations it has. If it jumps up to almost $2,000 because of the 18 karat gold bezel, they can keep it. Um, the
Is that real gold or is that plated? I can never
No,
remember.
no, that is real gold. That's why it jumps from 650 to 2,000 basically. They have another model at the full size that's also very expensive with just like this.
Yeah, I that would be hard to justify paying that much for. Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm just not seeing the value there.
For me, if you're gonna pay, if you're gonna pay that kind of money for a Swatch Group chrono, I
Oh,
would go
good
for the.
God.
Wait, let me fucking finish. Jesus. Chris, if you are actually interested in that kind of chronograph, same movement, at least this is more wearable. Um, Honestly, I would go a little further up and actually get the Longines Big Eye. That's my favorite chronograph under 3,500. It's 3,000 now, but to me, this is the value. Again, I would rather go pre-owned and get into a bunch of different things, but that's just me. I know a lot of people buy things off the shelf. A lot of people like to buy things new for one reason or another. Um, Trust issues is part of it. Um, Not having the right kind of guidance or expertise at hand is another. That's why I offer my services for these kinds of things. But in a pinch, you want to get something that's at that level. I know at this level, there's a lot of difference between 1,800, which adds up to basically 2,000, um, and 3,000, which goes a little further up, of course, out of the door if you don't get a discount, which you should. I know there's quite a bit of a difference, quite a bit of a gap, but if you can afford it, I think this is a much better piece. It's a column wheel chronograph. It's a classic piece of design. At 41 millimeters, it's much more wearable. Yes, it is. It's still a quite a thick watch, but I think the dimensions of it in general are relatively well proportioned, and it's a cool piece.
On
I would
that, we
take it over.
agree.
Yeah, I would take it over Tissot PRX. I mean, this agreement is fine, but let me get my first sentence out of my chest at least first. Okay, now speak, Meech. Say
I,
whatever
I,
you
I
want.
fucking hate this Hamilton. I fucking hate it. It's a Daytona ripoff. Come on, no. No. Have some pride. Have some self-respect. You expect this shit from Seiko modders.
Yeah, it's actually, Chris, that's a great observation. I mean, I think if Tissot PRX looks like any of the integrated bracelet watches, I think the closest one is the Oyster Quartz. Just to bring up an example of it.
I almost bought one of these back in the day.
You always wanted one of these?
No, I almost did. I just yeah, I don't know. I just kind of figured there was something cheap cheap and easy.
Look, I mean, if you got one of these 5 years ago, I think they were great value. These days, they are just as much, if not more expensive than the contemporary Datejust models, that have the mechanical movement. So not sure, because this is not the kind of watch you can get fixed in your local watchmaker. Right?
That's why I didn't buy it.
You do have to send it to Rolex. So this is like a connoisseur's watch. This is a real seasoned collector's watch. It's not something that you can suggest easily to an average collector who has 2 or 3 pieces in their collection. I mean, it's a very rarefied piece. You have to be a certain kind of collector to appreciate it, to hold it in your collection, to pay for its service. It's not everyone's cup of tea.
I heard Rolex is very picky or very selective on what they service for quartz now. So if it's not a day data here, they're not really interested in wanting to work on it.
I'm not sure if I can confirm that necessarily, but there's a chance they might get back to you to say, hey, we have to replace the entire circuitry or something, right? Rather than dealing with the fine points of servicing or overhauling the movement partly. I'm not a watchmaker, and I'm particularly ignorant when it comes to servicing quartz movements. So I don't know if that's necessarily the path they would take, but they might try to brush you off that way. So it's,
I think when I was looking at these, they were like 3,000, something like that.
oh yeah, I mean, at that time, it could be worth the deal. But these days, I think you'd be lucky to get one of these at like 5K in good condition, good working condition. And at that point, I mean, this one is even more expensive,
Well,
at
you can
that
get an
point.
OP39 for almost 7 now. So
Yeah, I mean, OP whatever, but you can get the contemporary Datejust for less than. So
well, I think it's the fact that you can't really service these easily. It's kind of what was why I'd probably never buy one now.
For sure. But again, at that time, it may have amortized, so to speak, right? Its service. Whereas, nowadays with the prices they go for, it's really, it has to be, again, it has to be really the realm of someone who really wants this watch, right? It's not something that you can recommend to the average collector anymore. It simply isn't. But yeah, I do love the design. And for years, I've been saying, every time people ask me, not predictions, but when people ask me, what would you want Rolex to release? I would say, eliminate the OP line now that it needs a refresh, it needs a rethinking. Introduce these with an automatic movement.
All right. Yeah. Oh, okay. Maybe.
Um,
Would you do? Would you do color dials?
yes, absolutely, but not Stella. Like I would do the standard, most predictable. Hey, Rolex does predictable. What do? You do white, kind of a polar white they use in the Explorer 2. You do black, you do sunburst blue, sunburst green. That's it. Not Stella colors. Eliminates Oyster Perpetual. Use this case design at 36 and 39, and enter these classic colors, silver black or white black, blue green. But that's not a prediction, by the way, just so people understand that I'm just making it up. I just always wanted Rolex to do something like that, something out of the box, something that they have in their archive but clearly unused and underused. Because they do have one particular model in their history where they use this case and put a mechanical movement in it. That's extremely hard to find. And when it comes out in a in a decent condition, it's usually very expensive too. I'm trying to remember the what is it, the reference number, but somehow I'm blanking out. I want to say 15,000, but not even sure. Oh, that's not it. No. Hmm.
Get off me. Ah, shit, the mic. God damn it.
Love it. Love it. 1530. That's what it is. Okay. So let's see if there's any for sale. There is. Okay. Okay. 20,000. Not too bad. Oh, man. So this is it. They actually have like a single reference which has a mechanical movement inside the same design. And it's a cool looking watch. A little fatter, of course, in the case compared to the quartz, but that doesn't turn me off. It's the price tag that turns me off. But that's the Rolex reference 1530. It's their integrated bracelet automatic watch that practically never was. I mean, it's so limited in production, it might as well not have existed. Um, Nowadays, the prices are just off the charts. Thank you, St. Peter. I missed what you said there, but yeah, I had to search for it again. Hey, Mike David. Yep. Yep. So I kind of wish Rolex made something like this, probably a little enlarged for today, or maybe this size plus a 39, because this was the 36. I think it would fit perfectly for today's lineup. I think it would be a great replacement for OP. It would still be hyped because it's stainless steel, because it's Rolex, because it's integrated bracelet. I don't think it's something that they would do. Hey, Mr. Rolex himself wears actually a day-date oyster quartz on a daily basis. James Dowling, as you guys know, one of the foremost scholars of Rolex, the guy who wrote the unauthorized history of Rolex. He wears this pretty often. Which is an oyster quartz day date with an Arabic dial and actually a blue Jubilee dial. Must be extremely rare in this particular configuration, but the 19019 is already quite rare. And he also has the Texan in white gold as well, the one with the beta 21 movement. Yeah, he likes quartz Rolex quite a bit. Man. Yeah, my advice is the 34 millimeter Chrono Tokyo. They are going to be ready to order in 3 days. I would highly recommend them for those of you who are looking for everyday wear in a reduced sized case. I think the designs are impeccable. I'm particularly fond of the 2 sector dial versions, the ones that he calls Persimmon and Midnight, I think. Yeah. Number 4, Persimmon. Number 3, Midnight. And not to say I have anything against the number 1 and number 2, which is Dark Mist and Smoke. I really, really like these. On related news, by the way, again, this is a reduced size watch too. Um, Speaking of reduced size watches, a 36 millimeter GMT, a so-called collar GMT, of course, which means that the 24-hour can be independently adjusted, but not the main hour hand, not the one for local time, so to speak. This has opened to pre-order for a November 2023 delivery. They come in two variations, this black dial and the silver dial. There are a few things that I like about the watch, a few other things that I'm not a huge fan of, but generally I appreciate the, really the thoughtful design of it, the fact that it comes with 20 atmos of a depth rating, 200 meters of water resistance in a 36 millimeter case. It's again rare that something like that is accounted for, something like that happens in these kinds of new releases. So I appreciate that coming from a micro brand. Um, and I actually like the, pseudo vintage vibe with the beads of rice bracelet too. Love the fixed bezel. One of the reasons I love my Explorer 2. And the price point is not too bad at 1,450. With the caveat being this is a so-called collar GMT, so the hour hand can't be independently adjusted with jumping back and forth, and the caliber is a relatively generic Soprod C125R4, 42-hour power reserve. Again, not a traveler or true GMT. I don't know. I kind of like it in black, honestly. What do you think about these, Meech? Oh, you're going to sleep soon. I can see that. Yeah, you're still here though. Should I kick you off, Meech, so you don't end up embarrassing yourself if you turn on the... All right, so the pre-orders opened today. Apparently the first 250 units will be individually numbered, and the pre-order pricing will end on April 4th for a November 2023 delivery. Yeah, I kind of like the aesthetics of this watch, especially in the black dial version. Very heavy vintage vibe, compact sizing, 200 meters water resistance, the GMT function. The price point is what it is. It's not extremely affordable. It's not that cheap, but it's also not incredibly overpriced either. Zodiac has a number of similar GMT models at that price point. And Seiko, of course, in terms of the price point, blows the competition out of the park with their new Seiko 5 Sports GMT series, which are priced right under $500. But for what it is, at least this puts something different on the table. At least this offers something new, and I appreciate them for it. Kind of like the presentation box too, since it goes with that sort of vintage vibe. Absolutely cool. So going back to Christie's, I have another hour. I'll be here. Meech just dropped. We had taken a look at the first few listings in this online only Christie's auction before Meech joined. So feel free to send in any lot numbers that you want me to pay particular attention to with a super chat, because I'm not going to talk about each and every one of them. We have a Yachtmaster 40 in pink gold. Of course, one of the watches presented on Oyster Flex. This is the 126655, 5 for pink gold. Lot number 9 has an estimate of 160,000 to 320,000 Hong Kong dollars, which means that the lower end of the estimates is around $20,000. There are two so-called Kermits. Of course, it's the 70th anniversary of the Submariner this year. These pieces, the 16610 LVs, LV for Lunette Verte, the 50th anniversary Submariner with the green bezel, was released in 2003. The flat 4, of course, refers to the particular appearance of the 4 in these early versions of the bezel. So what you have here is an actual 50th anniversary Kermit from year 2003. The case back sticker, I should say, is still somehow intact. And we have an estimate of 120,000 to 240,000 Hong Kong dollars, which actually amounts to 15,000, a little more than 15,000 US dollars at the lower end of the estimate. The other example, which is roughly from year 2005, which of course has a slightly different bezel for that, has an estimate of 80,000 to 160,000 Hong Kong dollars and 80,000 is around 10,000 US dollars at the low end of that estimate. They have a two-tone bluesy from that same generation. The gold accents of the watch have already taken on a very charming patina, even in the course of less than 15 years. So that adds a lot of character to this watch. It's a reference 16613, a Rolex Bluesy with an estimate of 50,000 to 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. That means at the low end of the estimates, you have a watch that is worth at least 6,400 US dollars roundabouts. $55.13, of course, one of my absolute favorite references. This is a mid 80s version, probably, maybe a little later even, but certainly after 83 with the white gold surrounds, the Submariner first dial with the Swiss T less than 25, tritium on a black NATO strap, just the platonic ideal of a Submariner, perfectly balanced dial, just two lines of writing. And this Rolex Submariner 5513 is estimated to fetch somewhere between 50,000 to 100,000 US dollars. And as I mentioned, 50,000 is almost 6,400 in US dollars. We have a white gold day date with a diamond set dial from that first generation of double quick sets, meaning that you can actually quickly flip through both the day and the date and adjust it from the crown. This is 18239. 18238 would be the yellow gold counterpart of this reference. I think also very desirable. Also a sweet spot for getting a day date, for getting the best deal on a wonderful day date to integrate into your collection. 18238 for the yellow gold, 18239 for the white gold. This particular example at lot 17 has an estimated value of 110,000 to 220,000 in Hong Kong dollars, and that is actually about 14,000 US dollars at the low end of that estimate. Thank you, JB. You're pulling at my heartstrings, as you know. That's my absolute favorite from the collection as well. So I just put it on a leather strap too, and it looks amazing to me. I promise to wear it tomorrow on the live stream. Thank you, JB, for $4.99. Actually, let me bring it, and I'll grab some water for myself as well. Yeah. Yeah, I love this watch. Gotta put it back on. There we go. Okay, let's go back to the auction preview. There's a counterpart of that 18239 Rolex Day Date in white gold with the diamond set dial. There's one that actually has the batons on the dial with the Roman numerals on a railroad track on the periphery printed. Again, I think these are a great deal on the secondary market, not necessarily on an auction, but it depends. You know, sometimes these kind of pieces may I'm sorry. Sometimes these kinds of pieces may fall through the cracks. In this case, the estimated value is already relatively high, 90,000 to 180,000 in Hong Kong dollars, and that's basically already more than 11,000 in US dollars at the low end of the estimate. You can find decent deals on these watches once every so often on the secondary markets. And as the prices continue to dip and as we're heading towards the summer, I think with patience, something good can come by when it comes to 5-digit Rolex day dates. And again, because it's the double quick set 18238 or 18239, which I absolutely adore in white gold, I think the day date looks amazing. It will be a great piece. And they are really doing a variation on that theme. They have the 18238 with a black dial that is diamond set in the factory, baguettes at 6 and 9 o'clock, brilliant cut diamonds for the rest of the indices, and of course, they date the day on an arc or arching opening at 12 o'clock, and the date through a window with a cyclops on it at 3 o'clock. The estimate for this 18238 with a diamond set dial at lot number 19 is 110,000 to 220,000 in Hong Kong dollars, and that is right around 14,000 US dollars at the low end of that estimate. And right next to it, as I was saying, they were continuing a theme. You have one with a white dial, a 18238 day date in 18 karat yellow gold on the president bracelet with a white dial with stick indices at lot 20. It is estimated to fetch somewhere around 90,000 to 180,000 in Hong Kong dollars, and that is almost 11,500 in US dollars at the low end of that estimate. There's a 18078 with a silvered tapestry dial and a bark finish, meaning on the bezel, as well as the center links of the president bracelet in yellow gold. This piece has an estimated value of 100,000 to 200,000 in Hong Kong dollars, and that's more than 12,500 in US dollars at the low end of the estimate. At lot 26, they have an example of a Zaxomat, which is a Langematic with, well, a Saxonia with an automatic movement, 37 millimeter, with a 3/4 rotor that is a two-tone rotor, basically 21 karat gold with an additional platinum rotor weight. All the wonderful details of Alain Gonzone's rightly famous movement finishing is there as well, including, of course, a freehand engraved balance cock. And this A. Lange und Söhne Langematic reference 308027 has an estimated value of 80,000 to 160,000 Hong Kong dollars. It is in 18 karat white gold with that 3/4 rotor. And that estimate at the low end amounts to 10,000 in US dollars. Thank you, Chris. That's something that was actually left to me from my father. So it has a lot of sentimental value for me. So speaking of things that both JB and I appreciate, there are two very interesting millenaries, Audemars Piguet millenary back to back at lot 28 and 29. These are, of course, a little more unusual than some other millenaries. This is the oval case shape that was never quite popular with the mainstream Audemars Piguet customer. Understandably so, because everyone goes after a Royal Oak. But I think these were beautiful watches, and on the secondary markets, sometimes they can represent crazy value. This piece is a white gold perpetual calendar, and it has every function that a modern Audemars Piguet perpetual calendar has. Moon phase indicator at 6 o'clock, pointer date at 3 o'clock, day of the week at 9 o'clock, month at 12 o'clock, with the leap year indicator lodged right into that subdial at 12 o'clock as well. You also have an extra hand that indicates the week, that expresses the weekly calendar on the periphery of the dial too. And this piece has an estimated value of 48,000 to 75,000 Hong Kong dollars, and that is a little more than 6,000 at the low end of the estimate. And lot 29 is actually a millenary chronograph, which has that same Frédéric Piguet base movement that has been the beating heart of many an Audemars Piguet chronograph for generations until maybe 2017. And it's the Frédéric Piguet 1185 or AP 2385. That is the movement here. You have the blue accents against the white dial, running seconds at continuously running seconds at 12 o'clock, 30-minute totalizer at 9 o'clock, and a 12-minute counter at 6 o'clock. a date indicator at 3 o'clock as well, with the tachometer inscribed on the rejo, Arabic numerals on the dial, double initial style, twofold déployant clasp that matches the stainless steel case. In this case, you have an estimated value of 40,000 to 60,000 in Hong Kong dollars, and 40,000 amounts to right around 5,000 in US dollars. Hey, man, how are you doing?
I'm glad you brought this one up.
The chrono or the perpetual calendar?
I'm fascinated with these. They're the weird size. You know, you never know. I'm a huge fan of the design, especially of the clasp. I mean, we'll get back to the dial, but the clasp with the hidden AP. I'm a huge fan of the style and design.
You know, that's the guy gets a lot of flack for it. Emmanuel Guilly, the person who designed the Beast, the Royal Oak Offshore,
right?
He's this. It's the same person who designed this clasp. Let's see if we can find an open version of this clasp, because it really is beautiful.
And is the clasp made out of white gold?
No, the entire thing is stainless steel, both the case
okay.
and the case and the clasp.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep my eye on this one for sure. I mean, people in finance, they really, I mean, this is a highly complicated watch, but people in finance do use the week. I mean, your weekly sales, that is a thing, and quarterly sales, you know what weeks. So I think in the finance world, you're quite aware of what, you know, what week you're on and what week you're closing. So, and if you look at some of the Pateks that have the same complication, I think the hands kind of get in the way. Whereas in this millinery, you've got it almost nice and white where it's not going to kind of get in the way. It's almost not even the same shade as your heat blued hands there. And so setting across from, do you see what I'm talking about? Where it's not going to catch it. But if you look at those same complications in current, Pateks, the hands are the same color. You're starting to kind of, as you look down.
Yeah, I mean, for all the romanticism of this handwriting dial, I think it is a little hard to read on a day-to-day basis. Of course, it's kind of empty, since I don't own the watch and don't have that experience on a day-to-day basis, but it feels like, it would be pretty difficult to read, although I do appreciate the red accents at the end of the, both the weekday indicator and also the week indicator as well.
Right. I guess you can get used to it.
I think so. Again, it seems a little too much it seems like there's too much going on the dial on this one, but yeah.
And I think you have got to cut AP some slack here. There were some wild designs in the early 2000s, right? Think of what was popular with like Frank Mueller's, and they didn't know which way was up or down. And some of the classic brands had kind of stayed steady and maybe weren't going off the deep end. But you can see the complication here, and if you can get past the shape of it, which is kind of the oval shape, you've got heat blued hands here. I think this is magnificent. I'm going to keep my eye on this.
I like them both. Honestly, I've been looking at millineries for a while now. I like the star wheel in the millinery shape. I like this perpetual calendar. I like that Quincy Jones limited edition that you keep showing
Oh
me.
yes.
The millinery is certainly an acquired taste, and again, it's not just like the UTM. It's the kind of AP you buy if you really like it. It's not an investment piece. It's not easy to move, but if you like it, if you actually enjoy the design, if you think you would get something out of the complication, it's a great watch. Honestly, with the chronograph.
Speaking of the Star Wheel,
Sure.
that was up for auction today, and it passed.
Let's see where it landed. It's the one in the Antiquorum.
It was in the Christie's auction today.
I don't. Do you have a link for me for that?
Yeah. Let me see. I'm on my phone, so it may be difficult.
Okay, let's see.
It was toward the back half of the auction, though.
You mean the one I just posted? Like the one I'm going through now?
No, it's not this online. It's one that was a live auction today out of New York. The Star Wheel came up, and I think it got up to 25,000, and then it passed, but it didn't hit the minimum.
Okay, let's see. Christie's had a watch auction today? Are you sure it was Christie's?
I'm not 100% sure. I watched part of it, though. I was logged in. Let me check. Anyway, your point stands, though, because it's hard to move, right? I mean, they're not even getting minimum bid of the best example of these millineries. So it's one of those things you're putting, a couple $1,000s toward this, and it's going to be hard to move.
I mean, when it comes to the Star Wheel, I think that would be the one to get, really, out of all millineries, because that's kind of the complication that others repeated, but it gets referred back to Audemars Piguet, because they were the ones who kind of brought it to the wristwatch world. And it's actually a quite an interesting execution of it. Somehow fits the case shape quite well and ends up being very balanced and quirky at the same time. Yeah, this is the steel version, and it's rather steep at this point, but if you're comparing it to the Code 1159, which they're trying to sell with this complication, it ends up looking like a bargain suddenly.
Right. I would say it's improved, though, in the code, though. I think I like the code better. Professor.
I like Professor has this theme nowadays that he pretends being in a private chat.
Let me connect to my computer. I'll be right back.
Okay. Professor, are you there?
I'm there.
How are you doing?
I'm flying.
Did you ever like the millenary, or is it one of those odd case shapes that you never really appreciated?
Never really appreciated.
Yeah, I kind of like it in this Star Wheel version. I like it much better than whatever they're coming up with these days.
Oh, these days for sure. Oh, yeah.
In that Code 1159 series, but yeah, still not the. It was never quite popular. It never really caught on. But they have made interesting pieces. The Quincy Jones version that kind of has a piano finish on the outside of the dial. With that double AP initial clasp. So, Professor, the release dates are coming closer and closer. Do you have anything that you can share?
Yeah, they they keep on announcing. I mean, releasing. You've seen some fake releases, or I don't know if they're real, but with these pictures for the new Daytona and whatever.
They
Submariner.
were fishy. You know, there were aspects of it that made it look
Yeah,
believable, and then there were aspects of it that made it look completely fake. Like
yeah. I'm glad you say that. You're the only one.
because the thing that ticked me off was this. Let's go back very quickly to that. Like when you look at this supposed Submariner, I don't think I've ever seen a yellow gold Rolex watch with white gold surrounds for the index markers.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
matches the case material. So that doesn't make sense, especially where the hands are actually yellow gold, right? Or not. I mean, it's just a very confusing pick, and it does look like it's altered.
So I can safely contribute to your statement and thinking that first of all, uh, people will not know this, but not a lot of people are listening, or it's just the three of us. So um, the company does not release printed material prior to the exhibition. This is one fact. So it's not as if they're printing brochures.
And I would go so far
Actually,
as to say that it's almost top secret, right? The people
yeah.
like
Well, by
not everyone who would know about the changes that they would be making can put it all together to where they could leak it in a photo like this.
yeah, it's not top secret anymore because they're already in production for 6 months for these watches.
Mhm.
So people know about it, but of course they have NDAs from here until eternity, so they'll get fired if they take a picture. Because these watches, whatever they're producing, they have been producing now for about 6 months. So brochures, there are no brochures. Actually, all authorized dealers, it's not the ADs, it's the very big guys who go there. I mean, it's not the AD from Minnesota, just not to pick on Meech, but it's not the Minnesota AD that flies to Geneva to meet, Mr. Dufour. He cares less about the Minnesota or the Texas guy, but it's Rolex USA with certain of the big ADs that go there, right? But they're not given brochures. The brochures come later. This is one. Two, they're given certain pictures which they can share with their top customers, and then they release it on the website. The other giveaway which is that this is kind of a fake, or is that the font of the letters on the text. This is not Rolex. If you go on the right of the picture, no, not this one, the letters, yeah,
Oh yeah,
they're fake. Look at the font. Look at the font and open a document with a brochure, and you will see they stand out as being fake.
It's a good catch.
Yeah.
It's fake. It's fake. It's fake. As I say, they will not produce. This is catering to the noise. They will not produce 2 anniversary models. They have never done it. Why should they do it now? You know, with what is going on around the world, they'll produce 2 watches for 2 anniversaries at the same time. This is not Rolex. Rolex doesn't do it. Now you might say, but when did they have 2 anniversaries? Well, 10 years ago.
Right. So
Exactly. Yeah.
you said that the markers would be the same color as the casement. I mean, as the case material, right? But
Yeah.
in stainless, you have a lot of times, like on the Daytona, it'd be white gold markers, right? So it would match the color, but not necessarily the
No,
material.
but that's not what I meant.
Oh, you meant
I mean,
you meant that there was
what
like
I meant is when it's precious metal, it matches the tone of the case.
okay.
In stainless steel, since basically mid 80s, it's been the standard practice to use white gold surrounds and even hands. You're absolutely right. But yes, I mean, still, if you want to simplify the statement, that's it. You got it right the first time. The dial fixtures in Rolex, unless we are talking about the two-tone, it matches the case material. So for me, that was the tell when it came to this.
If you think about, I mean, I'm someone that bought in an auction that was overseas and paid in Hong Kong, or wired U.S. dollars for Hong Kong winnings, and so there's some of those. I think the auction houses are doing a pretty good job of actually authenticating and handling a lot of the import customs that maybe you would have to perhaps do if you bought from an individual on eBay. You'd kind of have to arrange that. I mean, the shipping, and so it's not cheap. But for people that are interested in watches that you see, I wouldn't. Some of the best examples of some of these older models are going to be out of that region.
Look, I mean, I have a pretty much, I'm the non-aligned movement, so to speak. I present on auctions profusely, but I don't have a statement against or for them. I think you go where you find the deal, and you found 2 very good deals on that auction. When it comes to customs fees, it's really, like you said, it's hit or miss with private sellers, and even with smaller dealers out of a different location, be that in Europe, be that in the Middle East, be that in East Asia. Ultimately, when you are dealing with an auction house, everything is well regulated, which, like you said, has its advantages, right? Things are fixed, pretty transparent. You know what you're getting into, as long as you don't jump into it without thinking. You know that you have a buyer's premium involved. You know that there will be certain taxes and dues, and it will be transparently declared. With private sellers and with smaller gray market dealers from different parts of the world, you kind of get the luck of the draw. Some of them might be very regimented. They will declare the real value, and it will be caught at the customs, and you will pay the full fee. And sometimes, if you dealt with Chrono 24, for example, Chrono 24 collects the taxes, and then you pay customs on top of it. So you can get fleeced twice over. So that's the worst scenario. The best scenario, which of course we don't recommend because it's illegal, is you have a seller who is even smarter than you, even nicer than you think. So they declare something ridiculous as the value, ridiculously low, and you end up paying absolutely nothing
Right.
in on top of it. Not local tax, not import tax, not customs, nothing at all, which borders on quote unquote illegality. So you are kind of caught up in this, a rock and a hard place. So
Yeah, but at that
like you
point,
said,
I mean,
auction
you're
house,
working to get your stuff back at this point. If they see that you're importing, a 5711 and it's for $5,000, I think they may have gotten smarter about this.
well, I mean, again, they have
And now
gotten
you're fighting
smarter.
to get your $100,000 watch out of
They have
that.
gotten smarter in the sense, like, they might just seize it and make you pay the real value. Of course, people who don't declare real value don't
Right.
name the watch as Patek Philippe 5711 either.
But you could have, a watch that's in good shape, that like this watch that you imported, if it has alligator skin and they don't declare it. When I got my import, it had the sticker that said that while the fisheries and whatever that department had gone through it with their sticker, and if it has leather, they're gonna check it.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, you're in Texas, so you could actually get it. If, for example, I ordered the same watch and they tried to send something with lizard or crocodile to California, it would have been seized.
Oh
And it
wow!
would have been delayed. And
So
it
you
would,
have the federal customs folks that are enforcing state laws.
I mean, it lands in California.
Yeah. I know it's not a road that you want to be down, because I mean those guys will actually. I mean, you're really just trying to fight for it back and pay whatever you can to get it out of their control.
Yeah. So as you said, therefore, dealing with an auction house or just a very regimented, disciplined dealer who declares everything, who takes extra precautions, who, if they are selling you something on a leather strap, either keeps the leather strap for you, or perhaps sends it separately, or perhaps just offers you a little bit of a discount
Yeah.
because they don't want the item to be held up at the customs.
So let's talk about that. If you don't have it sent, so you say, I'm just going to decline it, throw it away. What the auction houses are kind of known for doing is, we'll hold it for you for 30 days.
Yeah.
But what they don't tell you is inside your term agreement, after they get done holding it, now it's in storage. And so you haven't actually completed your transaction. And so unless you actually have someone pick it up and dispose it, or actually contact them, if you have any part of your order that's not complete, there's some dirty stuff that can happen. A couple other things I would point out, just doing this importing recently. If your watch bracelet is in precious metal, you're going to pay the highest price on whatever the material is on the band. The dial and the movement itself is a fixed price, and then a percentage of the total. But where you're going to pay, a much higher part is if it's precious metal material, like gold, like a solid gold Daytona versus an Oyster Flex Daytona. You could say an Oyster Flex Daytona is worth $600 because that's what you can buy one from the AD for, right? But if that's a solid gold, same, 116518, and with solid gold bracelet, the customs and import duties that you would pay is significantly different on those same two references. Significantly different, like thousands of dollars difference. So when you have a stainless that you're bringing in, like a Panda, you're paying a fixed price for the dial and the movement, and then a percentage on it. The other thing I would say is, when I knew that this would be into play, and I had an idea of the form that you needed, so I went ahead and contacted them and says, "Are you guys filling it out this way?" And they said, "Yep," and that's what they turned in So as long as it totals up, I think you should be okay. And it was in customs for less than an hour, and it was inspected by 2 different agencies.
Nice.
But anybody that completes this auction, and wins a bid here, now you've got a little bit of a problem if kind of all this work isn't done by the auction house, right? If you were buying from the same location, perhaps. Professor, have you ever imported a watch that you purchased overseas?
Imported? No, I just buy them.
Right, you would just buy them locally.
No, I would buy them from anywhere. I would buy them from different countries, but I don't bother with these import taxes.
Right, on your wrist, you could probably be all right.
Nobody will ask you. It's the least of their problems, even if you wear a very expensive watch, unless it's a blingy watch. But no, I haven't. No. Well, first of all, I haven't bought a watch recently, but I know people who buy watches from different countries. They don't have problems, I have a friend of mine. We bought together several watches in Geneva over the last year. He doesn't have problems.
Right.
People, I think, are a little bit too sensitive about these things. Shipping is different. If you ship it, then you are in a situation where you have to pay customs and all of that, duties and so forth. But if you buy it in Geneva and you live in Canada, I mean, who cares? Now you might say, no, they care. They stop you. They look at your wrist. Where's the receipt? Yeah, I mean, if you stand out, yes, they will stop you. But usually, I've never been stopped, and myself or others, and they buy very expensive watches, not 10, 20,000. I mean, buy.
It can happen, but it's very rare. The
Yeah,
thing that
yeah.
you might need to be careful for, and this is something also that where watches actually come in handy as well as a way of just saving as much of your wealth and keeping it off the ledger, right? If you are actually crossing borders with an entire watch box,
Yeah.
One, you wouldn't want to check that in for all sorts of reasons, but mostly because they can open your baggage and snoop through it and actually disappear it, i.e., steal it. Or you take it with you, in which case, for the worst case scenario, if you have a watch box of like 6-8 watches that you're taking from one country to another and they're all yours, for the worst case scenario, you should probably have some receipts that somehow link these watches back to you, because governments by and large are fishy, and at least from my standpoint, they're not to be trusted. And if you come across a customs officer that has the wrong idea and that has bad intentions, you'll find yourself in a situation where they can take your watches from you, at least temporarily seize them. Eventually you may or may not get them back, but you'll be caught in a situation where you have to fight to claim your own property. So, in that kind of situation, you should probably have something on you that traces these watches back to you.
And you're
a single watch on the wrist.
As someone from the U.S., you just don't have in any country. When you move outside your jurisdiction, you not only are you talking with another agency that's not associated with your country. So it's at your own risk when you're taking that kind of merchandise across. If I agree with you. You've got to have a little bit of a trail showing that they're yours.
Honestly, JB, with all due respect, I am a very proud American, and I consider myself a patriot, let's put it this way, but I trust the US government much less coming in with a box of watches than anyone else. But I do understand the sentiment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, I travel a lot in funny countries, and you know, if you have a box full of watches, they will stop you, and if you stand out, right, they will stop you regardless if you have watches or not. Now, if you wear your watch and you travel, you know, you're okay. I mean, they have other things to worry about
Right.
than you know, a watch that is, if you might think $100,000, and there is more than that. There is, you know, drugs, terrorism, explosives, illegal immigrants, visa issues, and all of that. I mean, wearing a 5711, going from Switzerland, you bought it, and you're going to the US. Are they going to stop you at the border and telling you, did you pay your taxes? I don't
Right.
know. I mean,
But in this case, you would have to actually fly to Hong Kong and put it on your wrist and come back, which may be cheaper. You would be out a day or two.
yeah. All I'm saying is that
But like
I'm
one of the
not.
options is you pick it up at you know, and they give you an address after
Hmm.
after it clears.
Yeah, but in that case, I think because it's an auction house, you'll probably have to pay the tax.
You're
Have
probably
to pay
right.
the local tax, and then probably, I mean, depends. I don't think they auction house as a duty-free option, so I'm not sure if you could claim it.
All I'm
at-
saying is if you buy import stainless steel, it's a lot easier than if it's gold.
I'm
And
sure.
if it's stainless steel, it's a lot easier than
Yeah,
if it's leather. So I mean, just the
Yeah.
way that the U.S.
yeah,
import laws are.
yeah. And the other thing also, guys, is that, look, I can buy a watch duty free in any European country and bring it back to the UK. I'm saving
Right.
maybe 8 to 10% depending on the country, because they claim that they give you back the amount, the VAT amount, but it's a scam. You don't get back the entire, let's say, 20% or 18% of VAT. It's shared between the service provider for the VAT service and yourself. So you
Yeah.
walk away with 10% at best. In fact, the best country for that, for VAT returns, the highest rate is Greece, believe it or not. And I've checked it for friends. So you get something like 12% back.
Okay.
Professor,
know,
I mean, I love the way you complain about this. What do you expect? People should provide you a service for free?
No, but you cannot share the spoils with the the half of the spoils with the service provider, right? I mean,
Yeah, it's usually not half. I mean, I've done this from
no,
France.
no.
I've done this from Switzerland, not with watches, but in both cases it wasn't half. It was like more like somewhere between 2 to 5%, depending on the
No,
situation.
no, doesn't exist. I tell you because I've done it in all the countries over the last year, and it's you get something back, but they get a lot back. So it's 10%, 12% that you get back if it's 18% VAT, 20% VAT, which
Mm.
is the norm. You
Mhm.
get about 10, 12, right? And the service provider gets the rest. So you're talking about, for a $10,000 watch, you're getting $1,000 back, which is okay. It's not insignificant, but it's not going to break the bank unless, you know, you're collecting
But it's the
endlessly for.
1,000 that you paid to the service provider that bothers you, right?
Yes, yeah.
um, what bothers me though is if you go to one of the major airports, like if you go to Dallas or if you go to Atlanta or Chicago, LA, there are sections in the international part that are basically boutiques that are you have to be traveling internationally. You can't, like an American can't go to that section of the airport, buy your Octo Finissimo and walk out. I mean, at that they only will sell it to you if you've got an international
Mm.
plane ticket. And so I was able to try on a few watches at Bulgari, and you know the thin Octo Finissimo. But yeah, I thought that was strange. Like, okay, well, why wouldn't we just why couldn't they just apply sales tax at that point? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, Professor. I think they take much less of a cut if you wait for them to send you a check, and that takes sometimes, yes, more than a month.
Yes. Okay. That's a good point. Yeah.
But I think
there is a.
you probably wanted your money immediately, and that's
Mm.
why probably they charge even more. And I understand that too. You know, that's your prerogative.
Right. They'll settle
You're
it.
right. There is a difference between the check and the cash. Yes. You get less with cash, more with check.
But in either case, they get a healthy cut, and you know
They get a
it's
healthy
better
cut.
than nothing. It's better than
Yeah.
nothing still. But I understand.
Yeah.
I understand.
This is your Type 20.
Yeah,
Right?
this is an older version even with the tritium dial, because mine is right from 2001, so it actually has superluminova dial, but this has a very nice patina on the tritium, so looks good.
The three different hands that they have here, and especially with the one that's on the right, but you've got three different shapes. You got one thin one kind of big boy there, and one that's normal size, I would guess. But the Navitimer I have does this, where you've got different shapes and different kind of textures. You've got on this one, you have one that it contains loom, and the other that is just metal.
Yeah, so these two, the continuous running seconds at 9 and the hour counter, are not loomed, and then the fusile hand, which is actually the 30-minute totalizer, is loomed, and so is of course the lollipop kind of hand for the chronograph seconds. And
you know, this one doesn't break a design rule that really bothers me too much, right? You've got your 2 that's got a little bit of shaving on it, and a 4 that's got a little bit of shaving on it. But you know,
that's not a design rule. That's just your preference.
Exactly.
But yeah, I understand. Yeah, it does. You know, if it bothers you, it bothers you. It's actually, I think, since I love that big eye aesthetic, I'm fine with whatever sacrifice it brings with it.
What I really mean though is on the floor of the production floor of Breitling, they've got so many little 2s that are just the sliced off 2. I don't know if they come in from the factory with the, you know, with just they're making it, or they actually have to cut part of it off and line it up. And so on the production floor, you've got a bunch of half 2s and half 4s, just the top of them. They're making figurines, and at the end of the day, they come back with a magnet, just like they do from your shingles when they put a new roof on. They got this huge magnet that comes through, and all the 2s and all the 4s come up, and it's just this big drum. And they melt it down for.
It bothers you so much that you come up with this scenario.
You know, like when they take your shingles off and they put new roofs. I mean, there's nails everywhere, and they've got some kind of like electromagnetic huge magnet that supposedly gets all the nails out. But you'll see if you've ever got a roof replaced, it still leaves a lot behind. Sorry about that diatribe there.
No worries. Yeah. I like this stuttering title, you know, Bulgari with mother of pearl dial reference 101976. This is, of course, Gerard Janta design as well. It's designed after those Roman coins, you know, with that double Bulgari.
Right. Do you see all 3 of them, Professor? You see it on the outside and across the middle?
Lord, I forgot I have to attend the session.
He's got real work to do.
Okay. Take care, Professor.
Take care.
I'm late. I got completely immersed and I lost the meeting.
He's got a whole student.
Don't have too much fun. Don't have too much fun.
Before. Yeah. Okay, guys, I'm sorry.
Take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye.
Just tell them your plane landed late.
Right? That's awesome.
Yeah.
I wonder how many people are waiting for him.
Who knows?
But this one has, the 12 and the 6. When you see the Octo Finissimo, I don't know why I can't say that. Octo Finissimo. They're carrying the same design that they've had from the Genta's design. I mean,
Of course. Because, I mean, quite literally, the Octo itself was Genta's design. Octo Finissimo is a variation of it that what's his name? Fabrizio Bonamassa Stigliani. That's the person who has worked on the Octo design and produced that. So this is the Octo Roma was Genta's original design. Not necessarily in this two-tone execution, but this was it. So it's kind of like an interplay between circles and octagons. That was the idea. And what Bonamassa came up with was the idea of this would be actually a better way to show it. So this is the original watch that Genta designed. And he basically did two things. One, he wanted to have it as an ultra thin watch, so he insisted on the micro rotor movement, and also made the case just much more multi-layered. This is the titanium one. Chose the titanium as the material, added this extra layer, extended basically the octagon to the outside of the circle as well, invented an integrated bracelet for it,
and then made it really thin. And it's known almost now because of how thin it is than it is more of the Genta design, right?
Absolutely. And again, it's an iteration of a Genta design. It's inspired by a Genta design, but I think it has taken up all those elements, including those oversized Arabic numerals at 12 and 6, like you so perceptively identified. It does something else with it. So I do consider it an original design more than anything. But
it takes a lot of real estate of the top part of your wrist, so it is kind of like swallowing a little bit more of it. But once it stops from the edges, it just kind of just hugs your wrist really, really nicely. I mean, better than probably any watch I've put on, because there is no chunk to the sides to it. I mean, it is just like almost like elastic feeling once it's on you properly.
Yeah, look, I mean, that's not a coincidence, right? That is really by design. I know it's not much, but if you look at this guy's Instagram, Fabrizio's Instagram, he is someone who lives and breathes design. Wherever he is, he constantly takes pictures of like pieces of architecture, old cars, trucks, graffiti,
for sure,
costumes, sketches constantly. Like he really spent some serious blood, sweat, and tears on. He really expended a lot of blood, sweat, and tears on that design, and it really shows. And again, I respect people who don't like it. I understand people who think it's too big on the wrist. But I also respect immensely this guy who just came up with a great design. People who start from scratch basically end up producing copies and copies and copies of Gerard Genta's original design. Fabrizio started on an actual Genta design and succeeded in making it highly original and
but there's
different than any other integrated bracelet watch
There's some stress, I think, in that process where you have this canvas that you don't really want to mess up, right? So you have to kind of keep within respect of the original design while you're enhancing it, while not totally disrespecting it and bringing it to the modern form. This micro rotor that they have on the back of here, I mean, and it being, a power reserve that hangs with the best of them, and the finishing here. Bulgari's they're kind of coming back, but I think the best days for them are ahead of them, and maybe taking some of this what works and putting it into some other designs, because if you look back in 25 years and you say, all right, in 2023, what's the best that they were putting out? I don't know how you don't put one of these on the table. You don't put one of the APs that they've come out with the complications. Like this is in a production line. This is the one of the pinnacles of horology and engineering.
And also, again, it's a micro rotor caliber. Micro rotor can be quite finicky in terms of its charging, right? So they overcame that both by using a platinum micro rotor, but also making it bidirectionally winding, because most self-winding mechanisms wind only in one direction. This winds in both,
and it's almost free floating because of that.
You get the best of that 60 hours of power reserve. You actually get that real amount, whereas sometimes with a lot of micro rotor calibers you might not get the advertised power reserve because of this pickiness, because of this difficulty of its operation as charging.
It's really nice. But in that same respect, though, of having to, the bracelet's completely redesigned, right? The shape and the thickness, I don't know how thick it was when it originally came out, but I would assume it was probably comparable to most watches during the time.
Oh, you mean the Octoroma? Octoroma? I don't know. Let's check. I don't think it's exceptional. Not a particularly thick watch, but it's not.
Right. It's not known for being so thin. Yeah, I guess that is thin, though.
I mean, it's not particularly thin. The thickness that they advertise here is the movement, not the. I think they mean maybe 1380, possibly. Let me see here. $11.35.
Okay.
So almost five millimeters between the Octoroma and Octofinissimo.
I think these are good values to me.
On the secondary market, especially now that it got right under 10 in the case of the steel.
I mean, you have to kind of want to be looking modern, right? To me, this is going to take a while to be a classic, right? So when you're wearing this in modern times, you've got almost like a bracelet on, and you kind of just have to be aware that whatever you're wearing with it, it's not going to be like the traditional one. But I think you can get away with the suit in this without a problem.
Of course. But, I mean, precisely because it's ultra thin, right? Because if you wear it right behind your wrist bone, it can basically disappear under the cuff, and no one would be wiser for it, except for like especially if you're wearing the steel, they might get a glimmer out of it, but not much more.
I was impressed with it, putting it on.
Because the titanium is very impressive in its appearance because it's darker. It's much more monotonous. It's much more monochromatic, and in a way, it's much more severe. And that might be something perhaps with a leather jacket, or with something that's a little more, even militaristic. Um, but the stainless steel, which has that element that we associate with a lot of Gerard Janta's integrated bracelet watches, which is the contrast between brushed grain and mirror polished surfaces, it has that element. It has, for that reason, I think, a little more of an eye-catching presence on the wrist, and it's not that much heavier because it's still a very slender, very low-profile watch. So you might still forget that it's on your wrist when it's in stainless steel, but it has that sort of more eye-catching appearance, even with the gray dial. I think that's the case. Of course, with the blue dial, it's even more look at me kind of.
Right. I like on this one. I like the monotone look. To me, I think if you're going to go modern like this, don't have a dial that's going to have to compete with a Rolex or an AP or anything else that's in this price category, because it's not as good to me. But if you're going for a look here where it's all monochrome and it's hugging your wrist like this, man, I think this completes your look. And that's when I think about watches, what is it that I want to wear, and kind of to complete the look, and you kind of think about how you want to be seen, as you enjoy wearing it.
By the way, you tell us a little bit. You're a lucky owner of the Nike Tiffany Air Force One. Did they come in yet?
They have not come in, but I did get the congratulations email on this. So today, on the sneakers app, they came out with a limited number of Tiffany Air Force Ones. It's the first official collaboration between Nike and Tiffany, and they retailed for $400. A couple of features about this. I mean, you can see the Tiffany box that you have there. On the back of the shoe, there is a little Tiffany little jewel that is in real silver. So if those things burn in the fire and that little jewel is still left behind, that's about $60 worth of silver that you have at the very back of it.
Yeah, that's a nice detail, by the way. That's one of the first things I had noticed when I saw their presentation.
Right. So this is Tiffany's actually supplying that back piece there, and it's Tiffany silver too. So there, and then instead of being Nike in the center of the tongue, you've got the curse of Tiffany, which it's a stretch. Nike doesn't let that real estate go to just anybody.
Right.
All suede shoe. You've got leather padding that goes in, and then inside of the shoe, it's got the Tiffany blue as well with the Nike Air.
So the sock is colored with Tiffany blue as well, like the insole of the shoe.
The insole, that's right. Yeah. And so it looks good. And then the Friends and Family have the actual opposite of this. If you look at it on StockX, there's a version they came out with that's the exact same, that is in all Tiffany blue and then the black check. But I think they came out with less than 100 of those. That's the Friends and Family of the employees.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that looks atrociously ugly.
Ridiculous.
Yeah. I very much prefer the
all
black look with the Tiffany blue accents. This is, if you have I mean, I know you have children, so maybe one of them can wear a pair like this, but for a full-grown person, this is a little too much for me.
That's obnoxious. But one of the funny things is, and I don't know how planned this is, but if you look at this weekend, the John Jones UFC fight, Mark Wahlberg was panned, and anytime you see him on camera where he's making like a public appearance, he's always looking good. He had the Tiffany, he had his his outfit, but was in basically a warm up that was in a Tiffany blue. So if you look at his Instagram, you'll see the same week that they're coming out with this exact color. You got LeBron showing up to the Lakers game in all Tiffany with the Tiffany blue shoes on, and then Mark Wahlberg at UFC, gets a cameo and he's wearing, these same colors.
Look, I mean, LVMH, I think, got themselves a very, very good deal now. I think time will tell, of course, but for now, it seems that they're doing really well with Tiffany. They are also expanding it into a full lifestyle brand. It seems this is part of that expansion. They have just hired a designer for a home collection as well, for Tiffany. So, I don't know about the most recent. Hi, GMT. Nice to see you, man. I don't know about the most decent rumor of LVMH acquiring Cartier, and in fact,
This
wanting
for
to
GMT.
Acquire. Yeah, nice. Wanting to acquire the entire Richemont conglomerate because they want Cartier, apparently.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's gonna happen, but between Tiffany and Bulgari, they actually have two very good jewelry houses that they have been expanding to be more than just jewelry, right? With Bulgari, they spent an entire decade, especially around the Octofinissimo and that micro rotor movement base. They built an entire watch collection that broke 8 different records.
Right. But don't you
Now
think
with now they are apparently focusing on the Serpenti and other women's pieces as well. And with Tiffany, with these targeted collaborations, they're bringing out elements to the brand that are more lifestyle, like not only accessories, but also something that can dress you from top to bottom, something that can decorate your house, on and on and on. So I think they have a golden goose in Tiffany as well. Sorry,
But-
I didn't mean to cut you off.
no, I thought I was just trying to jump in there when you were on the Bulgari point a second ago. Don't you think they needed to break all of those records to pay for all the quartz watches and crap that they put out for as long as they did? And so they're almost like working it back where it's almost like a big boat that you got to turn around, right? And you see this with the Hermes, they had put out a lot of junk, and you see some of the, like, if you go, there's some of the jewelry companies now that'll still be putting out, I mean, they'll sell them for like $3,000, but they're basically a quartz watch that, just kind of a cheap watch. Like, I'm not going to name a lot of the brands, but it's a big ship to be able to turn from, a fashion brand into want to be competing at the highest level, micro rotors. I mean, the thinnest of the thinnest.
For sure. Again, that's the thing. They had a bad image. If you look into their actual catalog, Bulgari actually had decent pieces over the years. Hermes also had decent pieces, but they were, for men, they were few and far in between, and they were mostly, like you said, hidden under a pile of quartz shitters, as Archie used to say.
Right.
So it's you're absolutely right. They had to make that investment. They had to literally put Bulgari on the big boys table. They had to build a respectable horological house out of what was always a very well respected jewelry house.
Yeah.
So it's serious stuff, and with Hermes too, it's taking a while, but it is getting there. You know, they have a stake in Vaucher, which builds great movements. When they need complications, they tap into all sorts of makers. You know, in this case, it was Chronode that helped them build the what was it? Le Temps Voyageur, their world time watch that won the Complications Award in men's and women's categories last year in the GPHG, the Grand Prix. But it's taking time, right? It's not enough to be, to be recognized by an award show once or twice or even 8 times. Still, imagine, I mean, look, we can appreciate a lot of things about the Bulgari Octofinissimo. Maybe I like it a little more than you do, but did any one of us actually get this watch?
No.
Would I rather get a mid-size Royal Oak than a Bulgari Octofinissimo with all the love I have for it? Yes. So
Right.
it's hard to, work against half a century of an heritage with something that you just started, in the last few decades, and really built up the steam in the last 10 years. It's difficult.
It is.
You're swimming against the current. Hey, Basil. Welcome back.
Basil, what's going on?
Yeah, Basil is basically the sponsor of this particular stream, because I was like, should I start? Should I not? And then suddenly I saw his PayPal contribution in the background in my mail. I said, okay, I have to come back, and here's another 4 hours. And thankfully, I had JB's company. I had El Professor, who basically is risking his livelihood to appear on these streams, guys. He's slacking off on his actual job.
No, I'm frequently up at this time. I've got
no, not you, the professor.
Oh, Professor, yeah, he had a whole audience, I bet, waiting for him.
And Meech was here too, of course. JB himself very kindly contributed twice with his super chats. And
oh yeah, I'm sorry, JJ. I'm wearing these shorts, and it's nylon on the inside of the pocket, so it's easy if I don't have my phone locked to be pushing stuff, which is a problem if you've got a wrench. That was my fault.
No, that's okay. That's truly okay. I'm, if there's anything to hash out, I will take care of it.
All right, please.
And JJ also was really kind at the beginning to super chats. Thank you everyone for your presence and support in the chats. Please hit the like button. It really helps. And Memovox, you're absolutely right. It is great marketing. It doesn't even have to be a micro brand, but for micro brands, it catapults them. I mean, look, for example, Moza was basically bought by the Milan family and really started in 2006. And in their first year, they won the complicated watch category with what was then their new perpetual calendar movement and their first manufacture movement. And they still use the base of that same movement today. The perpetual calendar in the Abyss Blue that they just introduced in that tantalum case and all, that was still the same movement that won them an award in 2006. So that started them off on a good stead and brought them to today. Same thing with Ferdinand Berthoud and Chopin, for example.
Yep.
LUC Chopin and Ferdinand Berthoud won so many awards in the GPHG that people now have to respect Chopard as an horological brand, especially the LUC line. Same thing with, yeah, to a certain extent, I think this will happen with Bulgari and Hermes, but JB was right to start it off on the right note. To the average person, these brands, or even to the average person who likes watches, these brands are immediately associated with fashion watches, quartz pieces. So you're working against a lot of prejudice, right? You are not even starting from scratch like Moser did, like Berthoud did in modern time, like even someone like Kari Voutilainen did, who was very frequently recognized by the Grand Prix. You are working here against tangible prejudice. You're literally trying to push a rock. You're not
paying for the sins.
Exactly. That's what you said, and you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
That's a great example too. Recep Recepi won the men's watch in 2 installments of the of its chronomètre contemporain.
But you had somebody at the company that believed that we're going to stick with it. We're going to ride it around, and we've actually got a lineage. If they would have shut the doors, sold the design, hired that guy to, with a bunch of investors, it wouldn't maybe have turned out like this, because you've got to put that into production. Maybe he makes 5 of them a year, but I mean, this is a production level watch where they're making more of these than the Richard Mille that beat it. With what, 3 examples that go for $2 million. So, I mean, what they've accomplished, I think they're turning the right direction though, and I think it's an incredible effort to go from crapola to a respectable brand that people are going to take their wallet out and buy it. I'll tell you though, after I put it on my wrist, I respected it walking away, and I think that's why it's going to take time to get on people's wrist that can respect it, because although it may not be my look or what I would buy next, I was impressed with the quality of the craftsmanship, the design itself, and the execution that they're pulling off in an incredibly
I completely agree.
Yeah.
Honestly, in so many ways, I have said this before, I'm probably also kind of a dial color away from getting Octo Finissimo as well. If they did that Pisa Milano edition with the brushed salmon dial for a non-limited edition, let me show that before I end for today. If they had something like that for wait a second. Yeah, if they had something like this for an unlimited edition,
oh yeah,
I would probably buy it, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. I like the cutout of the hands too.
Yeah.
We don't need loom, right?
Yeah, and again, it's the only problem with the titanium version is it's only 30 meters of water resistance. That's the bad part. It's barely splash proof. That's why I prefer the stainless steel as well.
I mean, that crown is where it's going to be entering from, and you got to think of how thin those threads are that are going to be. So I don't know. I'm not sure if it's a screw down crown there.
No, but the stainless steel version is it's a little thicker, and the case is actually 100 meters water resistant,
okay.
Which for this category is not so bad, because it's 120 is usually the highest they achieve in this sort of sleek, thin integrated bracelet watch. I mean, Nautilus is 120, if I'm not mistaken, on my.
when I wear my Tudor and I'm near the water, I just screw down those things and I just run into the lake or into the pool. But anything else that's like above that level, I'm being a little more careful. But if you're in the garden or swimming, yeah, be careful with that.
No, 30 meters is barely splash proof. You probably
Right.
wouldn't even want to wash the dishes with it, to be honest. So
For sure.
All
Like
right.
the Breitling, I'm very careful with that one because I mean, those are notoriously bad. You've got several vectors there. The top that can spin. I mean, you've got 3 different hands that no screw down pushers.
Sorry to cut you off, JB, but I am completely expiring by now.
All right.
We have been here for more than 4 hours. Thank you so much for being here. Please hit the like button on the way out. We'll be back with you tomorrow.
Thanks for having me
Thank
on.
you, JB, again for dropping by. Thank you, El Professor. Thank you, Big Meech. And thank you, JJ and JB, for your super chats. And Bezels for jump starting today's live stream with his generous contribution via PayPal. Thank you so much. Take care, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Until then, stay safe, take care of yourself, and enjoy your watches. I will see you soon. Bye.